What's going on, freaks? All right. Yeah, well, you know, the Portland Trailblazers, you know, they got this new owner. He bought the team for like $4.25 billion, but he's not rich. You know, he's not like, well, he's rich, but he's not like one of those uber rich billionaire types, you know. So they're having this struggle. You know, the NBA is requiring Portland to upgrade their arena to NBA standards, etc. And you know, Portland is probably going to do the funding, but they want some, you know, money, you know, some buy-in from the team, etc. But the team doesn't have to do anything. The city owns the Portland, you know, the arena, the Moda Center. So they bought it for $1 from the previous owner, and so they are responsible for upgrading it. And so they had this hearing today in the town hall, where all these people would get up and, you can't let a billionaire come in here. He's a MAGA. You know, these people are lunatics, you guys. The people in Portland are lunatics. If they lose the Portland Trailblazers, we are... do you guys mind focusing in on what we're talking about here? Yeah, the lunatics that show up to these meetings are incredible. Like, they show up there with, like, purple hair, like wigs on and stuff. I mean, just crazy, lunatic people. Now, they bought the team, the city did, for $1 because it needed to be renovated at some point. And so they bought it, and now and the state's putting in $360 million, and the city only has to put $120 million, and they're arguing over it. And they're the ones that created the environment where it was absolutely a horrendous place to do business. And you have these idiots getting up there going, you know, as long as we have great union jobs in there, and then they can unionize, and then if he could pay... These people are crazy. You got to make it so, you got to treat the Blazers as if you're luring them from another city. You don't get to go in and demand all these different things. And but the part that was funny was where the... you know, like, you got all these really liberal people on the council. Basically, that's the only people that will ever be elected there. So they got these really liberal people, and then you'd have, like, normal people on the panel, right? Like, they'd call names. You could sign up to talk. So you'd have these 5 people sitting up there, and they all were normal-looking people, you know, like, kind of, you know, just sort of regular-looking people. And they would state their name and say whatever their thoughts were. But then you get these really weirdo-looking people up there, and the city council members would go, now you can go ahead and state your desired pronouns if you want. See, it was so weird because they were profiling these people that would sit there. The ones that showed up that looked like they were transgender, you had the person say, yeah, you can go ahead and tell us what your desired pronouns are. But they didn't say that to any of the other people. So they were right there, they were profiling them. And then if you spend more time talking than you're supposed to, they actually had cops show up behind you to make sure that you got out of there. You got to be kidding me, you guys. These it was the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. They totally profiled their own people. Oh, Jesus. God, I wish you guys would talk about the stuff that we're talking about. That'd be awesome. Yeah, they used to be part of the circus, right? I mean, it's just so incredible. The only people that the city council said, go ahead and say your own, what your pronoun is. The only people that they said that to were ones that looked like they were transgender, right? You see how weird that is? That means they were profiling them. You know, they didn't say that to all the other people, but whenever somebody showed up there that kind of had a look, you know, that look that, you know, then they let them say that. It's just absolutely... Then they would say that, and then the person would go, I go by he, they. You know, it's like, Jesus, what in the hell is going on here? You got council members profiling and then putting cops behind you if you spoke over the beeping sound. Hey, John Daly, are you interested in anything that we're talking about here? Or? Just curious. Hey, thanks, Wild Bill Wassman. All right, so we have the over here. I mean, I think the Blazers are going to pass. The Portland will pass the funding and everything, and then it's all going to be negotiations. I mean, the stuff that some of these council members are asking for. Well, we'd like you to pay $3 million in property tax a year and have it escalate each year by 5%. No. How about you pay them $1 million just to stay here? Because you're getting $20 million a year from the players. You get 6% from each ticket sold in the entire arena at any event. I don't know. It's ludicrous. All right, okay, all right. It's really not similar, but it's, you know, it's not similar. Their owner went there solely with the intention. This one's just sort of like this is how he negotiates. He's really, it's like, I mean, it's a possibility he would take it if the city doesn't give him a good deal. Portland's a terrible place to have a business. They leave daily. It's stupid. Well, anyways, you know that big fire that's been going on in Spokane is, yeah, well, that's not what's happening here. We're going to fund the arena deal, so the NBA probably won't allow him to move. No, it isn't, John Daly. It's not similar at all. I'm sorry for your confusion. I know exactly how that one was compared to this one. It's not similar at all. Yeah. This one, here isn't a city that's selling anybody out. They're going to approve the $578 million for the renovations. And so there's just a negotiation on what that, how that goes in the background. And it's going to go it's going to be totally in the favor of the Trailblazers because they're the only ones that have leverage here. That's just so stupid. All right, anyways, so that whole wildfire situation that was going on in Spokane was all set by an arsonist. Can you believe that? I mean, I guess it's actually absolutely similar to what happened in California, right? Isn't that what happened in those Pasadena or whatever the hell that area was where they had those fires? Somebody set those. I mean, what a crazy thing to do. I mean, it says the man who allegedly started one of the current wildfires in Washington State, second largest, let's see, second largest city, made his first court appearance on Tuesday. Aaron Farinacci, a 37-year-old convicted felon, he shot his stepdad, I think he killed his dad or something like that, has been charged with first-degree arson. He did that years ago. He is accused of knowingly and maliciously causing the Old Trails fire, the most destructive of the three blazes burning in and around Spokane, a city of 230,000 people. He was arrested on Monday and appeared in court virtually from jail on Tuesday. His bail has been set at $1 million, and his next court date is scheduled for Thursday. Spokane County Sheriff John Knowles said a tip from a citizen led investigators to detain a suspect early in the investigation. According to court documents, a witness described seeing a bald white male wearing a backpack and a green shirt near a tree line in Spokane on Saturday afternoon, which is also when the wildfire began. The witness added that the suspect appeared nervous. The man identified as Farinacci was questioned and released. He was arrested again later by major crimes detectives and investigators as more details emerged during the investigation, Knowles said in a press conference. Knowles said authorities believe Farinacci used matches or a lighter to start the fire. Isn't that incredible? Just like one lighter can create this entire, just devastation. Just a little, Use matches, a lighter to start the fire. According to court documents, authorities found a pack of cigarettes, a butane lighter, and a used box of rain-ready heavy-duty waterproof matches inside Farinacci's fanny pack. The suspect denied starting the fire, telling officers that he used the matches to light his cigarette. Okay. I mean, I guess maybe he looked nervous because he lit a cigarette and he threw it on the ground and it started a fire, and then he went, oh my God, and he was nervous. About 14 years ago, the same guy pleaded guilty to manslaughter charge in Arizona, according to court records reviewed by NPR. The Associated Press reported that Farinacci shot and killed his father after a heated argument when he was 21. The cause of the fires is still under investigation, according to Spokane authorities. Yeah. Anyways, really shitty fire over there. But hey guys, here we are again. We're doing another show. So during the show, if you guys have the ability to help support the channel, that would be awesome. We're currently at 1/60th of the nightly goal, and we're already 15 minutes in. All right, let's see. We got this Grady Judd case here. I didn't really get a read about it, but I wanted to see what. So let's see.
This week, I want to introduce you to a difference maker, to a mother, to a nurse. I want to introduce you to Margaret Dufour. She's 56 years of age. And this is an award she got for being a difference maker. She was a registered nurse, and she helped a lot of people along the way in her profession. And she had a son that had some significant issues. And she moved from Knoxville, Tennessee to Florida. She not only moved to Florida, she moved to Polk County. She not only moved to Polk County, she moved to Eagle Lake in a brand new house. A brand new house. And she had been an employee of Bartow Regional Hospital as a registered nurse for about a month. She'd lived in her new house about a month.
Stupid as being.
She was assigned to the surgery floor. And here's the interesting part. We got a disturbance call at the house when she was moving in, because apparently the movers tried to upcharge her or charge her more money. So deputies were sent and immediately were able to calm down the disturbance. The movers left in a huff because they didn't get what they wanted, apparently. And our deputies actually helped her move into her new house. That's the kind of customer service our deputies do. Now, there was no fanfare over that. In fact, we just discovered that when she moved in, that we helped her move the boxes in after the disturbance with the movers on July 21st. So how did we discover that on July 21st? Well, here's how we found that out. Here's Margaret's vehicle. Margaret's vehicle is a 2022 BMW. So if you look to see, you say, my goodness. New house, 2022 BMW, registered nurse, things are going real well in life. And suspiciously, we receive a call. And we receive a call about a hit-and-run crash that happened on Highway 27 North, just about the Ridgewood Lakes development. Well, the hit-and-run involved this vehicle. The first hit-and-run, the lady pulled in behind the driver of this vehicle to try to exchange information, and he wouldn't exchange information, and he drove off. And then he was involved in crash number 2. And he ran from that crash, and for reasons unknown, the driver in her vehicle crashed when they crossed over the center line and hit another vehicle. EMS and fire responded, and the driver was unconscious. It was a significant crash, but it was like, why is he unconscious? And this is who they found, Gibson Nash. But they didn't know who he was. He's unconscious. He's got blood on his hands. And the paramedic thinks, this is not a bloody kind of crash. Where did the blood come from? But anyway, they take him to Lakeland Regional Hospital immediately as a trauma alert and have no idea why he's in the condition he is. So the deputies, this all starts about 7 o'clock in the morning on July 21st, which is a Tuesday. Deputies start their investigations. They run the tag number, and she's appropriately re-registered her vehicles, and it says that it's at this house in Eagle Lake, Florida. The deputies come there, and they knock, and they knock, and they knock, and no one answers. They determine that obviously it's Margaret Dufour's residence, registered, that's who the vehicle's registered to, and they do some more research and call the hospital, and they said, no, she's not working today. So by now it's about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Gibson is unconscious. They have since found some paperwork on him, but now they're wondering where Margaret is. She won't answer the door. So our deputies are looking around the house, and one of them lifts a floor mat up at the front door and finds the key, unlocks the door, and goes in. As our deputies enter the front door of the house, they look immediately to the left in a bedroom which is set up as an office, and there's Margaret, stomped into a bloody puddle in the middle of the floor, obviously deceased. So
Maybe
as you can imagine, all kinds of bells and whistles go off at the sheriff's office, and we go, whoa, we've got more than what we thought occurring here. Well, of course, we determined that Gibson Nash, who's 21, is the son of Margaret. He's 6'2" and weighs 218 pounds. He's a big guy. And it turns out he's a very dangerous guy. So our detectives start the investigation.
I think I got the title up backwards.
And we learn that the reason she has just moved from Knoxville was to try to get Gibson Nash more help, because he's apparently bipolar, he's schizophrenic, he may be autistic, and she wanted to get into the state of Florida. She thought there would be better mental health help, and to get him away from the environment. You see, he was well known to the Knoxville law enforcement authorities. On several occasions, there was 911 calls, and Gibson had been arrested up there. He'd been arrested up there on one occasion with a 911 call on the 6th of April, where Margaret had called from a smoke shop. She had gone into a smoke shop, locked the door, dialed 911, and said, "My son attacked me last night. He's in the car, and I'm afraid. I'm locked in the smoke shop. He assaulted me this morning. The only way I got him to calm down was I agreed to come to the smoke and vape shop. Law enforcement arrived and found out that he had, in fact, threatened her with a knife on the night of the 5th. So they arrested him. He got out of jail in Knoxville. Then there was another disturbance on April 29th where he pulled a knife on his mother and threatened her again and said, you know what will happen." And this was over not being able to play on the Xbox. So he threatened to kill her again.
Hey, look at, we got a legit 5 for 5-er by Haley, you guys. So if you guys have 5 of you will donate $5, she'll donate $25 all by herself. Is there any chance you guys could do that? We could then sort of get us started a little bit here today. That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Then she moves to Florida and she goes back to Knoxville and she bonds him out of jail on the charges and brings him home. Now, about 4 or 4:30 in the morning, one of the neighbors hears a disturbance next door and hears a couple of thuds. Doesn't think anything of it, looks outside, doesn't see anybody, and goes about their way. And then we have the 3 crashes. Well, he stole his mother's car and he fled. And when he had the 3rd crash, he was unconscious. Well, we learn after he gets to the hospital in a series of tests, he's in liver failure. He apparently has overdosed on Tylenol. So Lakeland Regional transfers him to Tampa General. He's unconscious all of this time. They do an evaluation. He starts to improve. They send him back to Lakeland Regional. We take his clothes and his shoes, where there's blood all over them, and send that to a lab and receive DNA results that it is, in fact, Gibson's mother's blood all over his shoes. The medical examiner says she died from blunt force injury.
Did you guys see the challenge that we have going up there? So if you guys could please get the other 4 in there so we can get the challenge, that'd be great. We don't just type it in, people don't do challenges just for people to look at. We gotta get moving. I mean, it's crazy, you guys.
From a beating and from being strangled to death.
Thank you.
She was violently murdered at the hands of Gibson Nash. That explains the blood that the paramedics saw at the scene of the crash that was not a blood type crash. That explains all of the blood on Gibson's shoes that morning in this crash that otherwise should not have revealed any blood. It was his mother's, where he choked her and strangled her and kicked her and tortured her and killed her. His dad came from California, hired him a lawyer. Lawyer says, "Oh, you can't talk to him." Fortunately for us, he made some admissions without being interviewed. But here's the deal. She had a new house. She had a new job. She was a wonderful lady. She was a great mother. She would not give up on him even after he'd threatened to kill her and pulled knives on her and hit her and attacked her. Ladies and gentlemen, we have photographs of progressive bruising on Gibson's hands and feet. Remarkable bruising on his knuckles and on his feet from where he kicked and stomped and beat his mother. It's one of the most personally violent murders we've seen in a very long time. But I want you to see a nurse, a helper, a mother who never gave up on her son. And it cost her life. Are there any questions?
Do you believe taking the Tylenol was a suicide attempt that morning after he killed her?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Do you think taking all the Tylenol, was that a suicide attempt after he killed her?
Well, certainly we believe that he took an overdose of Tylenol. We don't know if he thought it would kill him or he thought it would get him sympathy. It got him neither. It didn't kill him, and it didn't get him any sympathy. And we have built a remarkable case. He's charged with first-degree murder of his mother. And I can't think of many things that are more horrible than a man killing his mother. Someone who brought him into this world, who raised him up, who took care of him, did not abandon him even after the beating that he gave her over and over and over, moved all the way to Florida, bought a new house, started a new job, went back, got him out of jail, and this was her last-ditch hope to get him help and get him away from the environment he was in. And it got her murdered.
Was it just the two of them living in that house?
Just the two of them.
Any weapons on scene?
No weapons. Just his feet and his hands.
You said he made some admissions that weren't part of an interview. Can you say anything more about what he said?
No, he made tacit admissions to us, but the details we won't release right now.
Did they have a history of like fighting with each other, any kind of domestic disturbance along those?
Him attacking her in Knoxville, Tennessee, on more than one occasion, to the point the sheriff or the sheriff's representative from Knoxville, and that's no small place, called down here to the hospital and said, "Hey, y'all be careful of this guy. He's very dangerous. He's very dangerous." He is slated to be released from the hospital into our custody sometime today. And we will keep him in the jail. And as you know, with first-degree murder cases, it'll take 4 or 5 years. So we've got a very violent, a very dangerous person to go with the other violent, dangerous people we have in jail that we do our best to safely house and keep every day.
Do you expect him to stay here and face these charges, not go back to Knoxville to handle what's...
They drop the charges in Knoxville. They go, well, you know, he's really not capable of being tried. The reality is there was a sympathetic victim, mother, and the prosecutor looks at that case and says, hey, how do we prosecute this when our star witness bonds him out of jail, defends him? So they just washed the case, is what they did. They go, we've got bigger cases to deal with here, as opposed to just a domestic. But yet they knew how dangerous he was at the sheriff's office, where he was. But Mom's doing her best to help. She didn't want him to have any more problems. And Tennessee was glad to get rid of him. And now we have him.
Do you know, was he on any other kind of medication?
He was prescribed medication. Whether or not he was on it at the time, I don't know.
You mentioned bipolar and schizophrenia. Are those like...
I don't know, Haley, why it's so difficult tonight, but hopefully somehow we'll get there. I don't know.
Like confirmed diagnosis?
That's what they said. We've not confirmed that. Bipolar, schizophrenic, and maybe autistic.
They being like his family members?
Family members told us that.
You know, in any of his previous cases with the domestic disturbance, did he ever claim that she was the aggressor?
Good luck, Wild Bill.
Not that I'm aware of. But he was just, if he didn't get his way, what he wanted, he turned super violent toward her. And yet she's the only one that would put up with him and try to help him. But it's not just the nurse instinct, it's the mother instinct. You know, mamas are wonderful things. And that's why it crushes us when we see that someone can actually
Hey guys, we need one more gifted channel membership in here to reach Haley's challenge that she put out a long time ago. And it was just for 5 of them. So if somebody can do $5 or one $5 gifted membership, it'll reach the challenge and she'll donate 5 all by herself. Okay? So we just need one more from somebody. And then Timothy Cecil said that they would do the same thing. Okay, well there's Haley anyways. I guess these people are just, man, it's brutal. Thank you, Haley.
not just murder their mother, not just murder their mother. Let me say it again, not just murder their mother, but stomp her into the ground and choke her.
Oh, you don't have to do the extra.
This is one of those cases that there are no appropriate answers for.
But thank you for that.
And she did everything she could, and she had medical knowledge and abilities, and she was doing the very best that she knew how. And it cost her her life.
Was this her only son?
I think she's got 2 other children.
Yeah, that sucks.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
All right. Well, that is what a crazy. I don't know. I mean, if he's bipolar, and I mean, I don't know. They know what they're doing. I hate that excuse all the time. And so he kind of passed out from kidney stuff while driving, and then had blood because of his killing his mom. Right? I mean, that's weird. What are the odds of that? Okay, so now we're on to Timothy Cecil's challenge, you guys. So if we get 5 more gifted memberships out there, he'll donate 5 in coffee, and then we'll be at like a third of the nightly goal.
Unlocks the door and goes in.
Yeah. Anyway, hold on a second. Ugh. There we go. Oh yeah, liver, yeah. That's from drinking, but I mean, it's weird that he would it's affecting him right then. I wonder what's going to happen. Like, what's determined? I mean, whatever he was affecting his kidney and why he passed out driving could have been in play when he was, something was going on in the house, I mean, it seems like it was kind of at the same time. I wonder what they'll come up with. That might be some sort of a defense he tries to use, something like that. Oh, it was just a Tylenol overdose right there? Okay, I heard him say that, but I thought that was just like over time he abused Tylenol. And so he had liver problems. Are you saying right there he did that? Yeah. Well, someone's got to start it, K-Me. That's the thing. It's like, I don't know. Timothy Cecil had a challenge up there, and we struggled even getting Haley's done. She had to actually do one of her... God, it's brutal. Let's see. Okay, I did another thing I was going to talk about was this, this random article. That was on, who the hell did this one? Some High on Films. I don't know who this is. They were discussing. I've only watched like 1.5 of the episodes so far. I thought it was, so far it's pretty good. It's basically the same stuff that, we've put together a million different times. Hey, thanks again there, Haley. It says, what the Idaho murders college nightmare left out. Ooh, they left something out? What? I mean, where do these people come from? True crime documentaries always face a tough balancing act. They have to squeeze months of forensic work, police reports, and legal filings into a tight, watchable narrative. The Idaho murders, college nightmare, does a solid job capturing the fear that swept through Moscow, Idaho, after 4 students were killed on November 13th, 2022. Kaylee Gonzalez, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin lost their lives in an off-campus house on King Road, and the series shows how the community reeled. But the series puts dramatic pacing ahead of deeper explanation. A lot of important investigative details, forensic complexities, and legal fights got left out. Here are 4 of the biggest. Okay, let's see what they say here. There's another Idaho special. I mean, my God, you guys. Just watch my videos. You'll know exactly what happened. Let's see. Number 1 is one of the most heavily debated parts of the case is the gap between the estimated time of the homicides and the moment someone finally called 911. The murders likely happened. See, there's these are this is when you know these people are uneducated about the case. When they start saying 4 to 4:25, that was the original time frame they put out at the very beginning. But if your brain is functioning, you would know that it couldn't be any time before like 4:08, okay? Because the car is still moving at 4:07 and 47 seconds, all right? So it would be 4:08, and then the car is leaving at a high rate of speed at 4:20 and 47 seconds. So that means the murders happened between 4:08 and like 4:19. Something like that. It's not, so to go 4 to 4:25, while correct, you're using the same sentences they used at the very beginning. All right, guys, we need 3 more gifted memberships up there to get to Timothy Cecil's challenge that he put out. It's a good way to help support the channel. It's 2 for 1 on your end. The docuseries mentions that surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen saw a masked figure in black walking past her door. But it rushes through why she didn't see. These are crazy people. This is, who's ever writing this is the same type of crazy, lunatic, thought process as these YouTubers out there. Who cares about why Dylan Mortensen didn't call when you wanted her to call? Okay? She has nothing to do with it. Hey, wow, hey, thanks, Alley Cake. Yeah, it'd be great to have some other people support out there, you guys. The docuseries mentions that surviving roommate Dylan Mortensen saw a masked figure in black walking past her door, but it rushes through why she didn't call the police right away. It fails to explain what forensic psychologists have pointed out about trauma. Mortensen likely experienced a severe freeze response, sometimes called tonic immobility. They did mention that, why people might have done something. It's not even important, though. See, whenever you bring it up, You're even if you're trying to give an explanation that, like they're doing here, it's irrelevant. No, it does not matter. Okay. So they're saying a freeze response, sometimes called tonic immobility. Her brain locked up in terror. That is a documented survival reaction. At least they're not accusing her of doing it. But the series also glosses over the nature of the 911 call itself. Multiple friends were summoned to the house that morning before anyone dialed for help. The call was made from inside the residence using one of the surviving roommates' phones. It was Dylan's. I think it was Dylan's phone, right? Yeah. Wait, Dylan. No, was it Beth? Now I can't remember now. Which one was it? I know Bethany was on the phone, and then she couldn't. I thought it was Bethany's phone. Because she was like, there's a guy that gave me, and she couldn't really do it very good. And then Dylan grabbed it and was a little bit better. Does anybody remember? For some reason, I can't remember that. Again, because it's not really an important element. Anybody there? Hello? Yeah, to me, it doesn't matter the why or anything. It's like, sure. I mean, people have crazy responses. That's what I thought. That was Bethany's. Yeah, we need one more gifted membership, guys, for Timothy's challenge. The call was made from inside the residence using one of the surviving roommates' phones. The caller reported an unconscious person, not a violent crime. The roommates had not yet understood the full horror. Okay, this one at least they're explaining it. Waiting on the upper floors. The documentary treats the gap mostly as a suspense beat. It misses a real chance to show how acute trauma, short circuits decision making. Yeah. I mean, we've all said this the whole time. It's like Dylan and Bethany never went into the room to see actually what happened. Hunter was the guy that went up there, and I think it was not Hunter. Was it Hunter? I thought Hunter was the name of the boyfriend too. Now my I can't remember some of these people's names because again, these aren't the crucial elements. Oh, there's Alley Cake again because we couldn't get another soul out there to pitch in to reach the challenge there. So there we go. Hey, thanks, Alley Cake. Yeah, I always say that it's great that I think if Dylan or Bethany had ever seen actually what happened without anybody else around, they would have probably gone into some crazy shock, catatonic state. No, I think it was Hunter is the boyfriend of, it's also the name of his brother, Ethan's brother. So I think there's two Hunters, So Hunter's the guy that went upstairs, and that's what I remembered anyways, but let's see. The series also glosses over the nature of the 911 call, yep. The white Hyundai Elantra and the model mix-up. The docu-series makes the identification of Bryan Kohberger's white Hyundai Elantra look like clean, straightforward police work. See, this is what I'm talking about in the title. It was anything but. Police first asked the police to look for a 2011 through 2013 Elantra. That was based on early security footage analysis. Yeah, right, but then the expert realized, wait a minute, this could actually be the same look from all the way to 2016. So it is clean. He changed his opinion, okay? And what difference does it make? It took an FBI forensic examiner going back over raw video to widen the search parameters and include the newer model years. That kind of detail matters because it shows how easily the investigation could have stalled. Nah, you guys are, I don't know. This is kind of a weird article because it starts off like it's going to say something else. The series also skips the license plate reader evidence. Cameras on the Washington State University campus in Pullman, just 9 miles from Moscow, captured Kohberger's car leaving at 2:42 a.m. Well, it didn't, because the 2:42 car wasn't his. License plate recognition technology tracked his car during his cross-country drive to Pennsylvania. Federal agents were able to follow him without even lighting him up. The quiet, patient surveillance was a huge part of the case, and the documentary barely nods at it. Yeah, except the 242 vehicle wasn't his, remember? It had the fog lights on, and they weren't even going to use it at trial, so I guess you guys missed that part. Hey, thanks, Timothy Cecil. Google Assistant is going away for mobile devices. What does that mean? In Gemini. Oh. Okay. That's got an email. All right, so then the next one is the touch DNA and fight over genetic genealogy. To keep things moving, College Nightmare boils the DNA evidence down to a simple sentence. Kohberger's DNA was found on a knife sheath, but that's how you can do it. You can boil it down like that. On a knife sheath at the scene. That is technically true, but but the science and the legal battle behind it are are far messier. The evidence was a microscopic trace of touch DNA. Nah, it wasn't. It actually was a large amount. Recovered from the button snap of a tan leather K-bar knife sheath left on Madison Mogen's bed. Touch DNA is tiny, often just a few skin cells. It did not produce a match in the FBI National CODIS database. That's correct. So investigators turned to investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG. I mean, I'll without reading the rest of it, I'll tell you. Let's see if they get it right. They gave it to Othram Labs, and Othram Labs tried to identify, and they had put together a family tree, but they got stuck. And then the FBI took it over, and then they sort of broke protocol on, what is it called again? There's family tree DNA and something. Man, I always forget the name of that other one. Anybody remember the name of it? So there's GEDmatch, family tree DNA, and there's one called, shit. No, you can't use Ancestry. Yeah, MyHeritage. There you go. I just remembered. I just I looked it up over here. Looks like Jessica typed it in too. All right, yeah. So we've got MyHeritage is also like GEDmatch, and it's also like Family Tree DNA. But MyHeritage is one of the bigger consumer ones, just like Ancestry or Family Tree, or let's see, what was the one called? 23andMe, right? But 23andMe is now doesn't exist anymore. You cannot use Ancestry or 23andMe for any of this investigative work. However, MyHeritage was sort of a blend, a hybrid, where they're of the other two, Ancestry and Ancestry and 23andMe, you cannot upload a raw data file to their server. Right? However, you can download your raw data, and then you can upload it to a place like GEDmatch or Family Tree DNA. But MyHeritage also is the consumer style where it's just a website for Ancestry, It allows you to download your raw data, but it also allows you to upload a raw data file, which means that they have access to way more than GEDmatch. GEDmatch has like 1.5 million, and I think MyHeritage has, I don't know, maybe let's just say 7 or 8 million people on there. So it's a way bigger list. And so the FBI used that one, and then they, the terms of service was, you know, you can upload, but you can't use it for law enforcement use. That's not a law or anything. It's just the service of the website. So they used that, and they broke that protocol. You know, it's not a protocol, the terms of service there, and they identified Bryan Kohberger. That's how it worked. So let's see if they say that. And then, so they identified Bryan Kohberger. Okay, let me continue. And then let's see. Then they went to the residence, you know, where Kohberger would live if he, you know, drove home all the way to Pennsylvania with his father. So they went to the residence. And I don't know if they were following him driving home or how that all worked, but they collected the trash. I guess the garbage man was told, hey, keep that separate when you go over there and bring it over here. And once it was taken from the home, it's now public, the garbage. And they took the garbage, and they couldn't find Bryan Kohberger's DNA in there, but they found the biological father of Bryan Kohberger, and that was enough to get a warrant to arrest Bryan Kohberger. And then after they arrested him, they got a warrant to do a DNA swab. And when they got the DNA swab and compared it to the original sample from the knife sheath, it was a like, you know, quintillion to 1 match. I mean, it was some crazy. You'd have to have like, you know, 75 quintillion planet galaxies that have a planet Earth in it, and then just there could be one other person out there. I mean, it's crazy. All right, guys, we're currently at 30%, 33% of the nightly goal. So while we're doing the show, if you could help support the channel, that would be great. If not, you can't. Okay, I guess that's the way it is. So let's see if they say what I just said. So investigators turned to Investigative Genetic Genealogy, or IgG. They uploaded the DNA profile to public genealogy databases like GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA. There you go. See, they mentioned those two. From there, they built out a family tree that eventually pointed towards Kohberger. Well, you got it wrong. Now, see, this article doesn't even have that right. Okay, you don't even have it right. That's not how it went. It started there with Othram Labs. Then the FBI used MyHeritage, and that's how they did it. So you kind of just skipped right over that. The docuseries leaves out the pretrial motions entirely. Kohberger's public defense team has been fighting to get access to the raw IgG data. There's no point, though. It's just a tip. What difference does it make? Why do you need to get to the raw IgG data when Kohberger's DNA matched the profile on the knife sheath perfectly? You don't need to have the IgG data. It's irrelevant. They argue the prosecution is withholding information that could show whether the genealogy process violated discovery rules. Well, it did violate the policy on MyHeritage, but it's not illegal. The legal fight is still a live wire in the case, and viewers who only watch the series would never know it. But you guys also got it wrong when you just explained it to the people reading your article. All right, it's not how it went. And by the way, when law enforcement, or let's say they use IgG, it's just a tip. Okay, so I don't care how a tip is generated. Okay, how come nobody cares when, let's say you've got an informant that works for the police department, just a scumbag, dirtbag, and every once in a while you give him a little gram of this and a gram of that, because he keeps giving you information. And so he gives you, hey, I know the guy who did, and boom, it leads to an arrest, and that was the right guy through the investigation. Nobody goes back and says, well, tell us more about your informant. You know, he's a bad dude. I mean, how do we know? Well, because after we investigated the person that the informant said, everything lined up. In fact, look at this. We found this, and this, and this, and this. You know? That's it. I mean, so it's like, it doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, sure, you don't want it to be that way, and I'm sure at some point they're going to have rules. And here's what I've said 1,000 times, is what we should do is when you collect DNA, all the criminals that are in prison currently should all have to be swabbed again, and then there should be a government contract with Ancestry DNA, one of those sites, where you swab them all again, you upload to a segment that they could, you know, it's just for law enforcement use, but then you download their raw data, or you can figure out, like, by doing a swab with a third company, converting it, like bioinformatics can take a DNA profile and create the raw data file that you upload. So I would take every criminal, swab them, create a bioinformatics version, and upload it to GEDmatch for every single criminal that's out there, and the criminals can be for public. I mean, I guess you could make it where those are only for law enforcement use, but why not just have them available for everybody to use? I think for legal purposes, you'd probably have to make it for law enforcement use only, but law enforcement then can blend it with the already existing profiles that are out there. Don't you think that would be pretty amazing? I think that'd be awesome. But yeah, you guys, we're currently only at 30% of the golden night. So if you guys, somebody out there can do another challenge or do something, we're already an hour in. Got to, you know, I guess we're sort of on pace, but just by how slow it always is these days. Never seems like it. Let's see. I think that's the answer, though, you guys. Because prison population is a lot more diverse. It has a representation of all kinds of different populations, and some that don't normally sign up for places like Ancestry, etc. And I think, and a lot of times criminals, there's criminals in families. So I think it would just be a huge boost. And I think it would just start solving so many cases. And why not? You've already got their DNA for CODIS, right? So why wouldn't you just keep it going? I mean, it's just crazy. You swab them for CODIS, and at the same time have a bioinformatics upload to GEDmatch. It just seems like a no-brainer, right? I mean, why can't you do that? Have the same lab process for CODIS and for... I think the FBI does that. Anyways, are you guys even here? It's just dead as a doornail in the chat again. You know? It's crazy. Oh, hey, Carl, what's going on? Did you get to work on time? That's crazy hours for you there. Yeah, well, that's the answer, right? If anybody's listening, maybe you'd agree. All right, and then let's see. Number 4 is, anyone watching the Idaho Murders College Nightmare might wonder why so many key people only appear in old news clips. The lead investigators, prosecutors, and several family members never sit for direct post-arrest interviews. Yeah, it seemed like it was kind of an old video of even Olivia in there. There's a reason for that, and the series never quite admits it. Shortly after Kohberger was extradited to Idaho, Judge John Judge issued a strict non-dissemination order, essentially a gag order. Why do they wake you up so early in jail? I don't know. Why? Let's see. Attorneys and investigators. Okay, shortly after Kohberger extradited to Idaho, Judge John. Yeah, he did a non-dissemination order, essentially a gag order. That's right. That makes sense. But why not re-interview him after he was, he pled guilty a year ago? Why not get some new stuff? It bars law enforcement, attorneys, and investigators from talking, and even family members, about the case in any detail with the media. The producers had no access to official, on-the-record statements about pending court strategies. So the documentary leans hard on third-party commentators, true crime podcasters, legal analysts, and secondary voices fill the gaps. That is a serious structural limitation, and the audience deserves to know it. Instead, the series presents the commentary as if it's a natural storytelling choice. I don't know. Seems like that's overcritical right there. Why do they wake you up so early in jail? And the answer is, we aren't going anywhere. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it myself. Why do they wake you up so early in jail? We aren't going anywhere. We didn't. What am I going to the office? I don't know what that means. What am I going to the office? I don't know what that means, man. You're confusing the hell out of me. I'm not having internet problems, chicken wings. I just told you that. I do not have internet problems. Okay, just refresh your damn session and it'll be there. I'm not having internet problems. I can see it. Can you guys not even hear me or something? Hello? Well, he just said, Gray, are you there? I'm right here. No, that's because it wasn't anything on my end. Anytime you have buffering, you just refresh the show and it comes back on. It has nothing to do with me or anything. That's just YouTube. Okay? It's not that it's working now. It was always working. Okay? You always have to just refresh your YouTube setup and then it works. Okay? Because I'd see it over here if I was having problems, and there isn't any. It says stream is healthy. It said it the whole time. It's nice and solid. Okay, well, then you didn't do it right, chicken wing, because it works. All right. Yeah, well, there's been nothing on my end that made it so it didn't work. I can see it. You know, when there's a problem on my end, you see this little thing that goes, you know, there's an issue with the streaming, and there isn't one. Okay, great. You're refreshed. Right. Well, it has nothing. I know you guys can sit there and type in over and over and over again how it didn't work for you. What I'm telling you is, it has nothing to do with my streaming. All right. Who said what? Hey, Jim, are you just trying to be, like, totally confusing? I have no idea what you're referring to. Yeah, it's YouTube, whatever it's feeding to you guys made it do that. Okay, but my stream was solid going out to YouTube, right? Yeah. Looks like Carl's calling you winger now too. That's what Jim called you. Right. Well, sorry you guys, it didn't work for you guys for a couple of minutes, but it had nothing to do with me. Yeah. Well, I've got a, I don't know if you guys are interested, but I have a cold case. I'm scared to do it because we get killed when we do cold cases in here, and we're already struggling mightily, but I don't have anything else to do. Well, it's just everybody keeps typing it in like, Gray, you must have something wrong with your computer. Hey, what's going on with your computer? So it's kind of sucks. Hey, look, we got a Jim Lawn 5 for 5er. Yeah, well, people tend to get defensive when people start accusing and telling you that your system isn't working. You know, I've seen it before when it isn't. And I'll say, hey, guys, are you guys buffering? Because it'll say bad stream or something. Same thing a urologist might tell you, you know. Well, we got a challenge by Jim Lawn, you guys. 5 for 5. So if 5 people donate 5, he'll donate 5 all by himself. If 5 people do a $5 super chat, he'll donate $25 worth. I know. I get it, Charlies. I know you guys are just letting me know. It's just like when 75 people all type the same thing, we don't need to have everybody else type the same thing. Yeah, well, ask YouTube about it. I don't know. It's not my end. Here, look. I'll show you. See that right there? Stream health. Stream is healthy. Stream health is excellent. There isn't even any previous warnings of any kind. I don't know. You're a plumber, Carl. You would know, right? Maybe you got a lot of condensation in there. I've got one of those ones that you put in. I used to have the ones where you could wheel them around and then put this little hose thing into the window. But now, then I don't know, a few years back, I just had to get an actual AC unit. But that other one would fill up a bucket of water. Hey, is there any chance you guys won't ignore Jim Lawn's challenge up there? It's already at 0 people supporting it. And those are kind of what makes it so we reach our goals on here. And I'm going to be doing this cold case here, and that's usually the death nail of the show that night. But I guess we'll just see. So here is the Marcella Carpenter case. Look at that. She must like cats, you guys. You know what's weird about that picture is what year? I mean, I wouldn't guess that would be 1978. That sort of looks kind of, I don't know, it just sort of looks like maybe it'd be 10 years ago or something. Thank you, Haley and Michelle H. So there's Marcella Carpenter. Maybe I'll just kind of keep that up in the corner over here. There we go. Thank you, 6 Kids UK. Hold on. Oh, is that like a different type of joke to your urologist, Carl? I was trying to figure out. I don't even know what you were writing. I guess we'll see. Well, Jim Lon said he and Carl bubble bath together, so there you go. I guess we'll make a song about that. It's going to be the same tone as Marty, you know, the Marty's Bar and Grill song. Condensation is normal, but it's a steady stream. Then you'll need someone to cut out that section of the line. And are you guys? Is this like urologist conversation? Yeah, the condensation is what I get on the one that I have. I don't know what you guys are talking about over there. Sounds like it's double entendre day. Yeah. Well, I think they're pretty interesting. Charlie's overworked mom. I thought you guys were like joking around about my urologist comment. Okay, we need 2 more gifted memberships up there to reach Timothy Cecil's challenge. You know, in those alien videos or whatever you want to call them, UFO videos, there was one that I showed the freaks in here that nobody ever talks about, but it's like this plasma ball where there's this like creature in the middle of it. Like it's moving around doing stuff. I don't know. It's weird. It's crazy stuff. You have to kind of zoom in, and then you just sort of see it like pivot around, almost like or it could be a human. It's like a humanoid-looking thing that was sort of sitting slightly with something in the hands. You guys remember that? That was so weird. Who knows? Okay. Well, I just thought you guys were talking about urologists. What you were talking about, I don't know. Oh yeah, but don't you do that, Timothy? Aren't you like HVAC or something? All right. Anyways, here's the Marcella Carpenter. The charred remains of a woman who had been stabbed in the stomach. So there was charred remains of a woman who had been stabbed in the stomach were found in a rural Clintonville home that was gutted by Sunday morning. Police said the body apparently was that of Mrs. Steve Marcella Carpenter, 26, although positive identification was not expected until later today. The body was taken to the University of Wisconsin Hospital at Madison for forensic autopsy. Hey, is there any chance you guys could get those other 2 gifted memberships so we can get Jim's challenge completed? Just so I think that'll get us to like 48% or something. We just need 2 more. The body was found face down in the living room at the 1.5-story wood frame home. A kitchen knife had entered the woman's stomach and was protruding from the back. Jeez. The handle of the knife was forced into her stomach, police said. So you got this knife where the handle's right into her stomach, and then it goes all the way at her back. Wapaka County Sheriff Lawrence Schmies said this noon that the case is being investigated as a murder. The fire was at the Carpenter home on... Here, let me see if I can find this place. Clintonville, Wisconsin. No, you guys? We got 2 more to go on Jim Lawns. West First Street. Okay, so it's just right along this street right here. That's it. Yeah, that's the part I hate the most about the show, is me having to kind of keep shepherding challenges and whatnot through to try to get to the goals instead of you guys just doing them, you know? That would be so helpful. Yeah, so somehow it's right on this street right here. Wow, they don't even have any street view there, interestingly. I guess it could just be right over here on this part of it. But then out here it just stops. Right there is West First Street. Oh, hey, look at that. It's Carl with a C. Thank you. Guess we'll see how it goes. Well, there you go, Jim. We finally got the 5 for 5. After 57,000 asks. Oh, God. All right, so then it says, Steve Carpenter, 27, was questioned briefly at the scene Sunday and again this morning. He told police that he left home at 5 a.m. Sunday to go fishing in Shawano County. The fire was spotted by a passing motorist, Don Taglaperia, Route 1, at about 11 a.m. He stopped at the neighboring home and firefighters were summoned. Rural Fire Chief Al Hyman said the Carpenter house was engulfed in flames when his men arrived. The heat and smoke were so intense that investigators were not able to get into the home until well after firefighters arrived. Hyman said it took about an hour to bring the blaze under control, although it flared up in various spots after that. 7 men fought the fire and none was injured. The fire caused the roof to collapse. The body was found as investigators went through the rubble. Hyman said he did not know what caused the blaze, although the severest burning appeared to be in the living room area. Schmeiss said he was ruling the woman's death unnatural and that the possibility of arson was not being ruled out. Well, what else would it be? She just randomly stabbed herself in the stomach, and then the house randomly caught on fire, I guess. So she stabs herself, and then the house caught on fire. Yeah, I don't know. Or there was a fire, and something exploded, and this knife went shooting right at her into her stomach. What are the odds of that? Pretty low. Let's see. Carpenter works as a school bus driver. Or, okay, which Carpenter are you talking about? Steve? In Clintonville area, while his wife has been employed as a part-time nurse aide at Clintonville Community Hospital. She last worked the 11 p.m. Friday to 7 a.m. Saturday shift and was scheduled to report in at 11 p.m. Today. The Carpenters have been living at the home on 5 acres of land for the past 3 years. Let me look up the other guy. I mean, he might have still owned the property. I looked her up, but maybe, you know. Let's see. Steve Carpenter. I just want to see if I can find the real address. Clintonville, Wisconsin. And then if he was 27 at the time, he would be 48, 58, 68, 75. Steve Carpenter. There's a Steve Carpenter that was 75. I don't know. It's not really. Let's see if this one is it. Remember when everybody was always interested in the cases we discussed? I always thought those were cool days. Let's see this one here. It doesn't look. None of the people lived in the. Let's see, 74. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I mean, there's a bunch of 75-year-old people with that Steve Carpenter, but none of them live in Wisconsin, even though I use that as one of the parameters. Well, let's see. Maybe I'll get lucky on this one. No. Jeez. Man, if I had his middle name, maybe, but. No, maybe if I put his wife's name in there. Ah, jeez. Shifted scenes on me here. I'm spelling it the way they spell it. There's a bunch of them with Steven. Well, there's one that said Seymour, Wisconsin. I'll check that one out. 75. Clintonville? Yeah, well. I mean, it did have the right state for once. Yeah, I guess that's about all I'm gonna. That's about all I'm gonna try. No, there is another one. Stephen Carpenter, also in Wisconsin. We'll try that one. No. Man, jeez, what are the odds of that? All these people that are 75 years old named Stephen Carpenter, and some of them actually live in Wisconsin, and they're not even this. I mean, I guess that's kind of common. I don't think Carpenter is that common. It's not uncommon, but it's not like not a lot of people named that. So if he was 27 in January of 78, and it's already past that, so he's got to be at least, he's got to be 75 years old. Not 74, right? Unless his birthday is like, let's see if it was in 27. So he would have been, I guess he could be 76. There's a few months in there. Let's just see. Let's see if I get lucky on that. Stephen Carpenter. Here's a 76-year-old. And no. Man, that's too hard. Her name wasn't even in there, but she died in 1978. Well, there's the house right there. The body of Marcella Carpenter was burned beyond recognition in the fire that destroyed this Route 1 Clintonville house. Authorities confirmed today that Marcella Carpenter, 26, was the victim. So before it was just, they thought it was her, but they hadn't confirmed it. Of a knifing and fire death at the rural Clintonville home Sunday morning. The confirmation came after a check this morning of the woman's dental records. An autopsy, meanwhile, has suggested that Carpenter was still alive when she was stabbed. So she must have breathed in soot or something. I think that's, or I guess maybe if there was blood that seemed to be pumping out, According to the report of Dr. Robert Huntington, the woman died from the knife wound, although a secondary contributing cause was smoke inhalation. Well, there you go. Huntington is a pathologist at the University of Wisconsin Hospital in Madison. He conducted the autopsy. The knife, a long-bladed kitchen knife, entered the stomach from the front of the body, striking an artery to the heart and protruded from the back. Huntington's report indicated that there was only one stab wound, but no hesitation marks, such as scrapes, were found. So they didn't find any hesitation marks. Let's see. you want to know? We are from the goal. We are. Let's see. I don't even know how to. We're so far away from it. I think we need to get to the goal would be something like 30 channel memberships. So it's that far away. That's how slow it's been. Dead as a doornail, as they say. I mean, we've had some generous people in here, trying to keep us moving along. Haley, etc. But it's one of those nights. We get these every once in a while. More often than we used to, for sure. But hey, thank you, Tracy Von Brott. All right, now we are, let's see, so 12, 20, 32 channel memberships would get us to the goal. If you can believe that. Wapaka County Sheriff Lawrence Schmees said the investigation will continue. Carpenter's husband, Steve, 27, told police that he left home at about 5 a.m. Sunday. I mean, he's somebody you would be suspicious. Just, I mean, when did the fire start? Christopher Bain at his home. So he met a friend, Christopher Bain, at his home in Shawano at 7:30 a.m. Together, the two went fishing on Shawano Lake, where they met another friend, Robert Habak of Gillette. The three remained there until 10:30 a.m. and went about 5 miles north to Berry Lake. They returned later to Shawano Lake, where Shawano police, through Mrs. Bain, informed Carpenter of the fire at his home. He returned there at 2:45 p.m. A passing motorist reported the fire at 11 a.m. When firefighters arrived, it was burning out of control. It was several hours before investigators were able to... That's okay, Jim. Thanks for the effort. Let's see. Before investigators were able to sift through the rubble, which included a collapsed roof, they found the body face down in the living room area at 3 p.m. Kind of reminds me of that one case we covered. Remember the firefighter's wife that was, burned? I wonder what happened with that one. He shows up pretending he's all nervous. I mean, he looks so casual. Remember that? Police said the body was badly charred. They looked through the debris in search of a suicide note, but found none. They did recover a wedding band and engagement ring. A portion... a suicide note? I don't know. Jeez. A portion of the southwest floor in the living room has been taken to the State Crime Laboratory in Madison for further investigation. Authorities indicated that this was the hot spot or area of severest burn in the fire. Carpenter told police that there had been minor emotional problems between him and his wife. The couple had no children, although she wanted some. He was willing to adopt children, and she was not. I had no theory about what could have happened, he told the investigators. We had no known enemies. I believe that if my wife wanted to take her life, she would have taken an overdose of pills or shot herself. Carpenter explained that before he left home, he started fires. Before he left home, he started fires in 2 wood-burning stoves. So he's admitting starting fires in the stove, 1 each in the living room and dining room. This is January, so it's probably pretty cold in Wisconsin. Dining room, the area of the severe burning was not near either stove. Authorities still have not established the cause of the fire. The wood frame home was 1.5 stories with slate shingle siding. Carpenter works as a school bus driver in Clintonville while his wife was a nurse aide. Both are from Navarino area. After the blaze, Carpenter moved in with his parents, Route 1 in Schickton or something. I don't know what the name of that is. But yeah, you guys, if you guys could help support the channel, we're not even at 50%, so that would be awesome. The Carpenters were married at Clintonville on August 5th, 1972. So it looks like They've been married for, I don't know, over almost 6 years, I guess. 5.5. All right. Go to the next one. Dental records help identify fire victim. The body found Sunday after fire destroyed a rural Clintonville home has been positively identified. We already knew that. The charred body was identified through use of dental records. I think this one's kind of just sort of repetitive of the last one. All right, then it says, Wapaka County Sheriff Lawrence Schmize Sr. said Tuesday that he expects a breakthrough this week in the January 15th knifing and fire death. I wonder why this week. He said 2 persons, including the husband of the victim, Steve Carpenter, 27, were scheduled to take lie detector tests at the Wisconsin Crime Laboratory this week. The identity of the second person was not disclosed. The body of Marcella Carpenter, 26, was found in the living room of the 1.5-story wood frame house 4 hours after the house was gutted by fire. A kitchen knife had entered the woman's stomach and was protruding from the neck. A pathologist at the University Hospital Madison said the woman died from the knife wound, although a secondary cause was smoke inhalation. And it says, Schmize said the crime lab had confirmed that the knife used in the killing was from the carpenter's kitchen. Schmize said the unidentified suspect was scheduled to take the lie detector test today, and the woman's husband would take it Thursday. Schmize said the husband asked for the test so he could clear himself. The other suspect is taking the test at the request of investigators, Schmize said. I'm hoping something breaks before Thursday, Schmize said. He added that he would not discuss the case further until the lie detector tests are completed. They must have thought he had something to do with it. I don't know, Carl. Looks like nobody answered your question for a reason. I guess the answer is no. The fire was reported at 11 a.m. by a passing motorist, Don Tagliapetria, Route 1, Clintonville. The carpenter's home was located on West 1st Street, 1 mile southwest of the city. Yeah, let's see. 1 mile southwest. So it would be like, I bet you it's literally exactly from here. Now, man, that was one exactly on a mile right there where I just. Well, Carl asked you guys up there a second ago. He said, should we get Grady to goal? And not one of you replied. Yeah, that's pretty funny. There's the least of them, yeah. Okay, what was it? Okay, it says, fire officials found the body face down about 3 p.m. in the rubble, which included a collapsed roof. Carpenter told police he had left home at 5 a.m. that Sunday and met a friend, Christopher Bain, at his home in Shawano at 7:30 a.m. He said the two went fishing on Shawano Lake, where they met another friend, Robert Habbuck of Gilbert. The three remained there until 10:30 a.m. and went about 5 miles north to Berry Lake. Here, I wonder if those are just like we can see these. They're still named that all these years later. Shawano Lake. Alright, there you go. Shawana Lake, and then where they met a friend. 3 remained there until 10:30, and then went to Berry Lake. Yeah, look at all these lakes everywhere. And then, let's see, they returned later to Shawano Lake, where Shawano police, through Mrs. Bain, notified them, right. They looked for a note, they didn't find that. Some of this is repeated from the last one. And the stabbing suspect refuses to take lie detector test. A prime suspect in the January 15th knifing and fire death of a rural Clintonville woman refused this week to take the lie detector test, investigators said said today, which is Thursday. Waupaca County Chief Deputy Robert Andrasco said the suspect, whose identity was not disclosed, canceled an appointment for a polygraph test at the state crime laboratory Wednesday on the advice of his attorney. Waupaca County Sheriff Lawrence Schmize, Sr., said earlier in the week that the expected breakthrough in the case possibly by today. Yeah, well, that's a lot of attorneys, though, tell their clients not to take lie detector tests. But Andrasco, who had been working on the case with a state crime investigator, said today it doesn't look that way soon. I'm not sure what the hell that means. He said he doesn't expect a breakthrough in the near future, and that he did not know what steps the investigators would take next. Schmize was in Madison today with Steve Carpenter, 27, the husband of Marcella Carpenter, 26, whose body was found last month. Carpenter was scheduled to take a lie detector test today, and Schmize said earlier that Carpenter had requested the test to clear himself. The body of Marcella Carpenter was found in the living room of the 1.5-story wood frame house January 15th, about 4 hours after the house was gutted by fire. Pathologists at the University Hospital Madison said the woman died from a knife wound. A kitchen knife had entered her stomach and was protruding from her back. The state autopsy also showed that smoke inhalation was a secondary cause of death. Carpenter told police that he had left home at about 5 a.m. that Sunday and was fishing with 2 friends. The fire at the Carpenter home in the town of Larrabee was reported at 11 a.m. by passing motorists. All right, I think we're on February 6th, so we're already 3 weeks later. But hey, guys, any chance you could help support the channel tonight? That would be awesome. We're just absolutely struggling. We've had 3 nights out of 4 that are the same. The Waupaca County Sheriff Department continues to view the death of Marcella Carpenter, 26, as a homicide. Carpenter's body was found last month in the living room of her rural Clintonville home about 4 hours after the 1.5-story wood frame house was gutted by fire. Pathologists at the University Hospital Madison said the woman died from a knife wound and that an autopsy showed that smoke inhalation was a secondary cause. Oh, you don't have to, Carl. You're always so generous. I just always hope other people kind of see what what we do here, and it's like, yes, I need an income here too to survive, but we also, I try to go out of my way to donate thousands of dollars out of the income, right? That's how we make it, Channel survives, and we kick ass out there, kind of as a, I don't know how to explain it. Hey, thanks, Tracy Von Brott. But if you want to, Carl, you're always so generous anyways. It's like, I don't know sometimes I go, man, I'm so fortunate to have some people that can do it. Holy crap. Well, that does it. You're so, man, thank you so much, Carl. Carl with a C, everybody. Carl with a C. There you go. Just snuck in there now. Actually got us past it by, I don't know, what is it? An extra 10. 9. Extra 9 on that. Yeah, that made sense. So we needed 31. That would equal 40. So, yep. Anyway, thanks so much, Carl. I'm sorry you didn't have other people joining in. Let's see. The knife in the body, which Dr. Robert Huntington, pathologist at the University Hospital, determined was the cause of death. The body was lying face down in the living room. The body was nude. Oh, that's more interesting, isn't it? The body was nude. That sort of seems like a... how do you know she wasn't sexually assaulted then? And then the house was burned to hide any evidence. I don't know. It's sort of interesting. I didn't know that she was nude. Mrs. Carpenter's 2 cats, usually inseparable and most often with her, were not found together in the rubble of the burned out house. One cat, Morris, one of her cats whose name was Morris, was found in the ruins of the house. It was determined that he died of smoke inhalation. The other cat, named Bigfoot, was found roaming around outside the burning house by firefighters. However, both Bigfoot and Morris, according to the woman's husband, Steve, 27, were in the bedroom with Marcella when he left the house early January 15th. Almost makes it seem like, well, I mean, she could have been awake already, but she's nude, so did she sleep in the nude, or was she going to take a shower and then somebody came in and that's why one of the cats got outside? Are you still there, Carl? Thank you. Yeah, for good. Yeah. I love you too. Thank you. Yeah, there's like Carl has a Bigfoot because I just said Bigfoot in here. Jeez. That sort of makes me think differently. Nude. Why the husband wouldn't need to sexually assault anybody? They got, or maybe she sleeps in the nude. I mean, who the hell knows, right? I wonder which cat that is in the picture. It's probably one of them. Hey, thanks, Devin Cruz. The body was lying face down. Okay, in the 3 weeks since the death, Sheriff Department personnel have devoted 600 man-hours to the investigation. The sheriff said he expected a report this week. Steve Carpenter was cleared of any suspicion in the case after he took a lie detector test. See, that makes it pretty weird, at that point. an unnamed suspect in the case who refused to take the polygraph test last Wednesday on the advice of an attorney. That's sort of interesting. I wonder... did we just do this one? Oh, no, that's the new one we gotta read. Okay, I gotta use the restroom, right, you guys? So I'll play one of the... Which one? Marty? We'll play the Marty song while I go use the bathroom. Alright. Marty's Bar and Grill! Oh, well. Thanks, Carl. Thanks for... thank you so much for your generosity. Have a good sleep.
Bar and Grill. Woke up to a tow truck and the sky gone still. She said her name was over when the jukebox fell. Left with a suitcase and a cigarette shell. I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl and my pride. Lost my wallet. Lost my phone. Nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck ran out like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Tried to catch a memory at the corner of the bar. Missed every crooked shot, left my heart on the felt scar. Friends were half smiling, the night fell thin as a thread. Stumbled into trouble with a head full of lead. I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl and my pride. Lost my wallet. Lost my phone. Nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck rang like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Fluorescent light and a Bible on the sink. Cold metal bench held more answers than I think. Prayed with a laugh and a cigarette smell. Redemption came quiet in a county hotel. I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl and my pride. Lost my wallet. Lost my phone. Nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck tolls like a bell. Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Parked my old mistakes by Marty's neon swell. Lost a lot on the way, but I found something to tell. Lost every game of pool, but I found grace where sinners dwell. Lost my way in the cold and found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell.
All right, look at that, huh? The break. Yeah, it's way better than Okinawa. All right, anyways, here we go. This one was 2 months later, this article. So let's see if there's any updates in this one. Okinawa is just a goofy joke song. There's no purpose to it. The death of Marcella Carpenter, 26, nearly 3 months ago, remains an open case. She died from a knife wound to the stomach. Her body was found after a fire destroyed the Carpenter home on the outskirts of Clintonville on January 15th. There was no street view, that's right. During a 12-week investigation, officials have determined that the knife caused Carpenter's death, and the fire was due to arson. Wow, so they were able to determine that. It's not known who inflicted the fatal wound, nor who set the fire. I'm sure it's the same person. There's no evidence to say that it was murder or suicide, but the strongest indication is that it was a homicide, of course. Sheriff Lawrence Schmeiss said, and then, death was due to the knife wound, but we do not know who inflicted it. And at the outset of the investigation, centered on homicide. The weight of the evidence substantiates that premise. I feel that there is more indication that it was murder than suicide, obviously. I mean, what the hell are you talking about? The investigating... Okay, so arson, I guess you could say she stabbed herself in the stomach and started a fire. Okay, I mean, geez, that's just... What woman would ever kill herself that way? That's just insanity. And she's nude, too? I don't know. The investigating team has sifted through physical evidence and interrogated more than 100 persons, Schmeiss said. I have read and reread a volume of statements and repeatedly gone through a diary she kept since 1966. I know a lot about her, and I cannot believe that she took her own life. Schmeiss said he has no prime suspect for murder. There are unanswered questions, he said. How did the knife get into her body? Who set the fire? These questions warrant continuing the investigation. During the first 4 weeks after the death and fire, Chief Deputy Robert Andrashko spent most of the working hours on the case, of his working hours. Schmeiss added, one of our investigators worked full-time on it for several weeks, and another assisted with the initial investigation. 2 men from the Criminal Investigation Division and 2 from the State Fire Marshal Office were on the scene for more than 2 weeks. Everyone has been very cooperative. All the evidence has been turned over to District Attorney Gerald Anderson, he said. We have asked that his office go over the file to see if there are any loose ends, and we have heard nothing to date. Any new evidence will be turned over to the office. We never close an unexplained death. I have asked for more amplification of some statements made by Dr. Robert Harrington, the pathologist, but have not heard from him to date. Stephen Carpenter, 27, Marcella's husband, took a lie detector test at his own request 2 weeks after her death and was cleared. Carpenter was the last known person to see his wife alive at approximately 5 a.m. January 15th before he left to go fishing with a friend. He was located and arrived at the scene shortly after the fire was discovered. Marcella's charged body was removed from the fire-gutted living room of the home at about 3 p.m. January 15th. The body of one of the family's pet cats was found in the dining room, and the other cat was found singed and wandering outside. An autopsy on the dead cat showed it had died from smoke inhalation. Yeah, so I mean, I could see somebody going in there. Did they ever see if she was assaulted or not? I mean, she's nude, face down, stabbed in the stomach. Maybe somebody tried to do something, assaulted her, then stabbed her, and then one of the cats was able to get out after sounds like the house was burning, and then created a hole somewhere and a cat got out. Huh? What are you guys talking about? Well, you know what? Yeah, well, we might, because here's the thing. I was just thinking about the other person, and there's this article from 2015. I don't know if that's I don't know what this is about, so I don't read the articles beforehand, because it's boring for me. All right, so here's one this is the only one. So you're looking at 1978, and then the next time anybody talks about anything, it's here, And I think there was some stuff. Well, that's right. Remember that one? Who was the one killer? O'Toole and the other guy. He took credit for this murder too. Okay, what was the guy's name? He got executed in Texas because he did kill one or two people, but they used him as a clearinghouse. They had him he killed. Who was the other guy's name? It was O'Toole and the other guy. It was, I think, 85 they did that. Yeah, Lucas, that's right. Isn't it Henry Lee Lucas or something? Yeah, so he claimed to do it, but they kept investigating it anyways, probably after they realized that Lucas was full of crap. All right, so it says Richard Togstad remembers waving to his sister Tana Togstad as she was driving her pickup truck to work on a rural Wega. This is another case, by the way, on a mid-March morning in 1992. A few days later, 23-year-old Tana Togstad was dead. She was stabbed along with her boyfriend Timothy Mumbrew in her farmhouse on Butternut Ridge Road, roughly 1.5 miles from his home. She just bought a new truck, Richard Togstad recalled, of the chance meeting on their way to work. I remember it like it was yesterday. The case has gone unsolved for nearly 23 years. But Wapaka County Sheriff Brad Hartle said he is optimistic that the vicious double murder and the 1978 slaying of Marcella Carpenter in her rural Clintonville home will be solved in the not-too-distant future. I don't know why he's saying that. We have made some really good headway on the murder investigation. Hardell, you know what's interesting is when I looked these stories up, they'd been captured by multiple other people. So it's like something, that usually means something's happening somewhere. It is realistic to think, I just randomly saw her picture in that same website that I use. It is realistic to think that both cases will be solved in the next year. Why? That's welcome news, Richard Togstad, who wants to see his sister's killer or killers brought to justice. I want it solved, he said. I want this guy or guys in prison before they die of old age. Tana Togstad, who worked as at a cheese factory, had been dating Mumbrew. So is that who this guy is? No? That's somebody named Glendon Gooker. Okay, worked at a cheese factory, had been dating Mumbrew. Who's Mumbrew? Now I gotta go back up and... Where the hell's that? What happened? it just like disappeared off the screen. Uh-oh. Are they gonna do the... Darn it. Hold on. Let's see if it'll get me, if it'll let me use Firefox. Where's that one? What was the name up there? Mumbrew. Who is that? Oh, there it is. Along with her boyfriend, Timothy Mumbrew. Okay. So she was stabbed along with her boyfriend. Okay, so that's who they're referring to. So Tanya Togstad, who worked at a cheese factory, had been dating Mumbrew for less than a year before they were killed. They were last seen alive in Clintonville, so that's the same town, tavern between 11:30 p.m. at midnight, March 20th. Mumbrew, 35, was stabbed multiple times and appeared to have tried to defend himself. Togstad was stabbed twice and her dog was killed. Sort of interesting. Another pet. In February of 2013, authorities disclosed that Glendon Gooker was a person of interest in the murders. That revelation came when Gooker was charged 2 years ago with sexually assaulting a woman in Iola in 1990. Prosecutors said Gooker... So how old is he, though? Because 12 years before that is 78. Prosecutors said Gooker took the woman to a park and sexually assaulted her. DNA testing led to a breakthrough in the case and linked Gooker to the Togstad Mumbrew slangs. But police have been tight-lipped about the extent of the connection. Makes me want to look that guy up. What the hell is his name again? Glendon... There it is. I'm going to grab that really quick. Maybe we can look more up on that one. Okay, so DNA testing led to a breakthrough in that case, this other one, the Togstad Mumbrew slangs, but police have been tight-lipped about the extent of that connection. He was convicted last year of first-degree sexual assault in the Iola case and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Authorities disclosed it was a person of interest in the murders. The revelation came when Gooker was charged 2 years ago. Okay, so he was arrested for a 1990 case, and then this Togstad case was from, let's see, work rule, well, 1992. So yeah, that puts him in play for that one. And then his DNA apparently links him to the Togstad case. Gooker was convicted last year of first-degree sexual assault in the Iola case and was sentenced to 25 years in prison. He lived in Iola at the time the rape occurred and moved to Oklahoma in September of 1993. So that means he still would have lived to commit that 1992 murder. According to court records, he is currently serving 4 consecutive life sentences in Oklahoma, where he was convicted of killing a man in 2010. Wow, so man, this guy's and stuffing his body into a 55-gallon drum. So it sounds like in 1990 he sexually assaulted somebody. 1992 he stabbed 2 people to death. And then 1993, that's when the Iola rape case. And then in 2010, he's convicted of killing a man and stuffing his body into a 55-gallon drum. Jesus. Hardell said the Togstad Mumbre slangs are being actively investigated. We've got a few things we're waiting on to come back from the state crime lab, he said. But we're not definitely convinced that he's the only person. There's a good chance there's someone else besides him. Hardell also is optimistic that there will be a breakthrough in the Marcella Carpenter murder, which occurred more than 37 years ago. So let's see why this one. The 26-year-old Carpenter was found. It makes it sound like she was a carpenter. The 26-year-old Carpenter was found dead after a passing motorist reported a house fire in rural Clintonville on January 15, 1978. She was discovered in the living room of the burning house. She died of a single stab wound with smoke inhalation as a contributing cause of death. I think there's good possibility of solving that one, said Hardell, who declined to elaborate. Maybe they got DNA somehow. The sheriff said the renewed emphasis on the murder cases is important. You never want a case that's not solved or closed, Hardell said. We only have 2 unsolved homicides in the county. Our goal is to solve those so we can clear the books. It's not only for the satisfaction, but the victims' families too. There are families that don't have complete closure. Richard Togstad appreciates the effort by law enforcement to solve his sister's case. They'll get it solved, he said. How soon? I don't know. Let me type hers in. Tana Togstad. It just seems like, I bet you they've done something with that. Okay, family of Tana Togstad files 17 million wrongful death law. Okay, look at this. So there's all this stuff. Wow. Justice for Tana Togstad and Helen Hoffman civil case. The Richard Togstad on March 21st, 1992. So they end up, let's see. Let me just type in. Who killed? Officially, no one has been convicted of killing Tana Togstad. She and her friend Timothy Mumbrew were found stabbed to death. 30 years later, in August 2022, Tana's cousin, Tony Haas, was arrested. Wow, so that's not that other guy. And charged with the murders after DNA evidence was stated to have linked him to the scene, and he provided a confession to authorities. Wow. So it isn't even the one that we were just talking about. Man, I sure wish you guys would pay attention to what we're talking about instead of giggling and laughing. And this is pretty interesting. She and her friend Timothy, so that means like her cousin did this, not that guy that we were just looking at. That's crazy. Yeah, well, instead of giggling and shit, let's talk about this. Yeah. Like, it'd be great if you guys had comments related to what we're actually discussing. Yeah. It's sort of like when, if a comedian's out there or somebody's giving a speech and people are yakking it up, looking at their cell phones or something. You know what I mean? Like, this is pretty interesting. So anyways, they arrested him August 2022, the cousin, stated he was linked him to the scene and he provided a confession to authorities. And that says the defense during the trial, Haas defense attorneys argued that his confession was coerced and pointed instead towards alternative suspects, including Haas' deceased uncle, Jeff. Yeah, jeez. But so you're definitely saying it's one of those people. In August 2025, a Waupaca County jury found Tony Haas not guilty of the murders following 4 days of deliberation. That probably means he did it. They just thought, well, we gotta. Opinions on the 1992 double homicide case and the trial's outcome remained mixed among the public and those close to the investigation. Following the acquittal, members of the Togstad family filed a civil wrongful death lawsuit against Haas seeking damages. So this is just this year when they did this. A civil trial in the wrongful death lawsuit, so you need less standard, or less burden of proof in that one. For that other guy, it had nothing to do with it. That article from 2015. Let's see. The civil trial and the wrongful death lawsuit filed by family Tana Togstad, who was acquitted for the murder, and that of Timothy Mumbrey is likely at least 2 years away. Haas was acquitted in August for the 1992 murders of Togstad and Mumbrey at a home in rural Waupaca County. Shortly before the trial was concluded, Togstad's family filed a civil lawsuit, seeking $17 million in damages. During a court, Tony Haas, huh? That's him right there, huh? Tana Togstad and Timothy Mumbrey. Those are the two people that were killed. What did Haas tell police? Haas initially denied any involvement, but during questioning, he eventually admitted to the murders. Eventually, Haas disclosed to investigators that his father had been killed in a snowmobile accident when he was 5 or 8 years old. Investigators had discovered Haas' father died on December 31st, 1977, when Haas was 7 years old. Haas continued and described that his father was operating a snowmobile in a group of 3 racing. The second snowmobile hit his father, and his father was killed. The third snowmobile then ran over the driver of the second. He described it as a horrible accident. One of those drivers was Togstad's father. Oh. So Togstad's father drove over Haas's dad. That's sort of interesting. Like payback, you know. Haas explained that on the evening of March 20th, 1992, he became very drunk as he went from one bar to another by himself. For some reason, he started to think about the accident that killed his father. Those thoughts led him to going to the home of Tana Togstad, the daughter of one of the people that ran it. That's just, ridiculous. I mean, that's crazy. I actually think, just by listening to it, it doesn't seem like it's some forced interrogation. Can they prove that Togstad dad is one of the people that ran over Haas's father? Haas could not articulate why he went there, but instead it was not to hurt anyone. Right. He described himself as being in a drunken stupor that night. Haas describes getting into a scuffle with Mumbrey. He could not remember if he had brought a knife or the knife was at the house. During the scuffle, he and Mumbrey were wrestling while standing up, and he moved his arm in a stabbing motion towards Mumbrew's chest. He described Mumbrew falling to the floor near the foot of the bed. Haas remembered Togstead yelling, "What the?" And that is when he punched her in the face. It is believed he would have knocked her out at that time. At some point, Togstead started to stir, and that is when he stabbed her in the chest. So, like, she started to wake up. When asked why he didn't tell investigators right away, Haas replied, I didn't want it to sound like I had it planned. Haas told investigators he did not know why he did it. At this point, Haas told investigators when he saw the news report, he thought, holy crap, what did I do? What did the defense and the court say about the DNA evidence? The defense challenged the admissibility of the DNA evidence, arguing the ruse traffic stop used to get the sample was unconstitutional. Yeah, why didn't they just follow him around? The judge ruled against the motion. Okay. A defense attempt for the appeals court to review the decision before trial was denied. Yeah, well, they found him not guilty anyway. The defense will argue there is, in Wisconsin, defendants need to get permission through what's known as a Denny motion to argue to the jury there is an alternate suspect. Actually, I remember that from Making a Murder or whatever that was. The Denny motion. In this case, Haas will argue one of his relatives who died in 1995 is the killer. So you're admitting the DNA that was there was yours, one of you or your family members. How in the hell did a jury do this? I mean, let's see, what do prosecutors say about that? The prosecutors oppose the motion. Okay, what were the results? Assistant Attorney General Amy Otani, a special prosecutor on the case, said the results show the suspect's DNA does not match anything found at the scene, confirming prior results. Well, what does that mean? So the jury will hear about the test? No. What were the test results? Let me read the one above it. Prosecutors opposed the motion when it was filed. After it was granted, the state got permission to exhume the alternate the suspect's body, so the uncle, right, to test his DNA in an effort to show fluid samples from the crime scene do not match that person's. Assistant Attorney General Amy Otani, a special prosecutor on the case, said the results show the suspect's DNA does not match anything found at the scene, meaning the uncle. So the jury will hear about the test? No. Why? Because the summary of the test results were not returned until July 2nd, less than 2 weeks before the start of the trial. Judge Raymond Huber ruled there wasn't, wow, so that sucks, So they should have been able to say, hey, that alternate suspect, his DNA doesn't match at the scene. The only person whose DNA it matches is this Haas guy. Oh man, what a nightmare they got themselves in. The judge noted the identity of the alternate suspect was known to prosecutors and investigated by police long before the exhumation. He had years to exhume his body and obtain his DNA. That wasn't done, so I'm going to exclude the results. It's not timely, the judge said. So they told the prosecutors that you can't prove to the jury that the uncle was excluded because it wasn't done quick enough. Man, how? So that means that the jury probably was like, it really could have been that uncle. How do we know? So, hey, we're going to have to find him not guilty because it could have been. Man, what a nightmare. The judge said he would listen to a motion from the state to delay the trial to allow the defense time to prepare for such evidence. But what do you mean prepare for it? It's just it's a piece of information. I guess now you can't claim it's the uncle. The state will be allowed to use. They should have then disallowed the defense to bring up the uncle. If you're going to be that severe against the state. The state will be allowed to use fingerprint evidence from the exhumation, however. Jury selection, I guess this is before the trial. It's just, man, that sucks. Haas has denied the allegations he killed the couple. But you already admitted you did it. God. I don't know, man. Not sure what... That's brutal. I think the family had the answer. And they're not going to get justice because he was found not guilty. Can't be charged again. Man. Well, glad to see you guys are all paying attention there. Good stuff. It is sad. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I don't know. I was going to do some work on the Charlie Kirk video. I'm trying to get that whole... I've been spending time on trying to get... let me get rid of that. Was it in here or this? Yeah, it was over... I'm trying to put together that full video of, now that we have this, the car where it was parked all the way to here, all the way to the shooting, and then I think I'm going to do the part after where, almost perfect timing. He makes it right over to that shopping mall, and then I'll stop it after he gets to the car wash. That'll be about it. Hey, thanks, Haley. Thank you. Well, I guess we should do some... Oh, hey, thanks, Marty. I was going to do our music session again. Maybe we can try to make a new song. But you guys got to do better. Like, put in a theme of what it would be about or something. All right? Anyways, hope you guys... I thought that was really interesting. That did a crazy twists and turns right there. I don't know what they're thinking might start solving the Carpenter case, though. It didn't really seem to, point to anything. I wonder how old that guy was, though. Let me look him up. Before we switch to something else, let me look this guy up. Yeah, it was like Haas, right? No, that's not him. That's right. We looked up Togstad. Tana Togstad. And then that went to this guy. Tony Haas. That seems like that's not or Haas probably. That's probably not a really common name, I would imagine. Oh, how old do you think that guy looked? This might be him. Tony Garrett Haas. So 78. Yeah, this guy would just be a kid. If that's him. Does it have any address in that? Wapaka? Wasn't that the name of the place? What was the name of that town? No, it was Clintonville. No, it's just right over here. God, I bet you this probably is the guy, right? Let's look him up and see if he'd been any court records. If he has like a homicide on there, then that'll be him. Then we'll know how old he is. Well, there's only 2. First degree murder. Boom, right out. Only 2 things in there, and that's the one. And it's also for 1992, which is that's that case. So this is him. Sweet. Man, that was good. So he's only 55. So he was born in 70. He would have been 8 years old at the time of Marcella Carpenter. So forget that. So there you go. At least I found him. That was cool. We gotta move these way down to where they're supposed to be. It might take a minute. Look out all, see that thing moving there? Those are all like a third of the cases. And it just keeps going and going and going. A lot of them they're not turned on because there'd be too many pins on the screen. Come on. There we go. Man, that one's interesting to me. This case. That one, and then that other one. The one that we just kind of stumbled upon. I think that guy did it. He just got found not guilty. He had a good attorney, I guess. That's probably kind of close to like a Richard Allen type case, you know. Good night, Charlie's overworked mom. All right, anyways, that was all I wanted to do right there. And he's free walking around right now, that guy, that Haas guy. All right, yeah, you guys got to get me some more material to write something. Or it's not writing, it's just the prompts to use. Alright? We'll come up with a new greatest hit. Oh, you love that?
Kept my lipstick on for strangers, counting pieces of another goodbye. I walk through rooms of borrowed promises, smile through storms that weren't my own. They took my light, called it their favor, left me learning how to fall alone. I built my armor out of maybes, quiet prayers under city lights. Then you came like a steady sunrise, woke the colors I had locked inside. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle. Like an eagle. I used to measure love in footprints, trying to fit where I didn't belong. You said my name without a question, made the broken parts feel strong. No more dodging all the thunders, no more hiding from my truth. Your hands taught me to trust the weather and trust the rhythm of my youth. You lift me up like an eagle, wings of gold. You carry me higher. You show me skies I forgot existed. You lift me up like an eagle.
Who Deming friends?
Like an eagle. That pulled me through. Now every doubt dissolves in daylight when your breath says I'm enough. I knew higher, higher
Night homes in the corners where the bright lights don't reach. They smile like fathers and neighbors on the street. Polished words like honey to drown out your feet. They fold into crowds like a secret that breathes, passing in daylight with pockets of teeth.
A kindness that lingers with a cold in its hold. Echoes of stories that grow darker when told.
Watch the small signs when the velvet voice clears. Look for the shadow that lives near your fears. Silent alarms born from old quiet scars, a skin deep charm hiding rusted bars. You feel it before you name what you fear, a crooked detail that suddenly sticks clear. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears.
Mark the small truths that the panic nears.
They learn how to kneel and how to bow just right.
Speak like a guardian in the hush of the night.
They glide through families with practiced regret,
Wearing concern like a hand-me-down silhouette.
listen to laughter that trembles and strains. Notice the hush where the warning remains.
Old stories whisper where the new lie steers. Follow the sign where the silence clears.
Little betrayals tucked in the grin. Patterns repeat where the danger begins. A pulse at the throat, a chill in the ears. Truth's baby step closer, dismissing the ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil's eyes below ears, the devil appears. Hold to the line where the safety
Disappears. We teach the children to name every name,
to trust their skin, to call out the game.
when instinct speaks loud, let the room come alive.
Pull the curtains and let the old lies die. Fingers pointed at the smallest detail. Quiet courage in the face of the tale. One small voice can unravel the gears of the hidden mouth and the lowered ears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Eyes below ears, the devil appears. Gather the light when the night draws near. Keep watch by the threshold and sharpen your sight. We name what we fear and we bring it to light.
Right. These are all our greatest hits so far.
The street still smells like rain and rust. Your jacket on the chair, your name in dust. I traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with empty eyes took the shape of him. My nights fold under the weight of the white. I wake with your breath and the echo of lies. There's a knot in my throat I can't untie. I never learned to let you go. 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 The neighbors say the sirens left too soon. They whisper of a price beneath the cold moon. I keep your pictures in the drawer like sin, folded pages of the love that should have been. Days move around me like a room without doors. Every smile is glass that shatters on the floor. How do I breathe when my heart keeps score? I never learned to let you go. 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 I pray sometimes and my hands feel thin. I ask the sky why evil took him. If mercy is a river, why does it run dry? I stand here asking God if he hears my cry. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I never learned to let you go. 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 Maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wound that's mine. Till then I walk with the shadow you left on my soul, praying to God to teach my hands to hold.
I don't know, Jasmine. I think it's fun. Jasmine said, "What a buzzkill! You come in and complaining about we're switching to music, then you're gonna hit the rewind button, and then instead of hitting the rewind button, you jump in and say, "Gosh, Gray, why don't you have your fans write real songs? As a musician trying to make my living playing music, AI is the worst thing that could happen to us real musicians." Well, we're just having fun over here, okay? If you don't like it, go do something else. You know, why don't you use AI to your advantage? Like, write really cool lyrics and have an idea in your head, and then feed it in there, and then get some ideas, and then come up, use it. It just is what it is. I don't do that here. Because you're such a ridiculous... Hey, Jasmine, I think you came in here as a troll tonight, okay? I think it's obvious. You're so ridiculous. God, get out of here. And you just took something that was kind of fun and everything and just sort of ruined it for your own little goofy comments. You know, Jim writes music too, and he thinks it's great. Like, wow, this is awesome. Yeah, that is a good song. Don't you hate that? The buzzkill people like that? Jeez, this sucks. All right, let's see what this one sounds like.
The clock in the hallway stopped on a Tuesday. Her fingers trace the rim of a cup gone cold. She keeps the room like a map of a moment. Photographs pinned to the same tired wall. The calendar pages hang frozen in March. Every sunrise a question she cannot solve. She whispers 1,000 small prayers to the dark. Names like lanterns that flicker and stay. Where are you now, my child, my light? Are you safe beneath the cloud?
I'm just trying to come up with different words. I mean, the words that are in there, I mean, different versions, so we'll play those in a minute. That one sounds like some of the other ones. What was the name of your... what was the one that you called it yesterday? I don't remember. Jim. Why are you pissy? You come in here and say, hey, why don't you have your people write you read? You want me to wait 6 weeks between songs? I think it's kind of fun just listening to this. I'm not writing a song about Guthrie's case. That's ridiculous. I already did that one. Man, people actually like ruin the music part of it. It's just, God, man, unbelievable. Sorry, I was just loading something up. Alright, I'll just play the other one. The next one down the list. Oh, I think this one's good too. Call it that? I don't know if that's what I named it.
The empty chair keeps a steady conversation. The clock takes blame into the corners of the room. They set a plate and call your name out, so we fold the laundry in the shape of who you were. There is a photograph that never learns to smile. There is a laugh that breaks and stays inside our mouths. Nights are long and the streets keep swallowing light. We trace the maps of days that you won't come back. mind's gone strange. Hold the space where your footsteps used to be. Carry me forward, don't let me fall to memory. Candles match the birthdays that we do without. A funeral song that taught the sun how to be quiet. Evidence of you lives in the ordinary things. A coffee cup, a winter coat, the shadow of your rain. We keep the questions like glass inside our bones. We learn the weight of forever in the slow hours. Carry me forward on the whisper of your name. Carry me forward through the rooms of the rain. Keep the line between breathing and giving breath. Carry me forward, carry me past the edge. Walk through open doors that close like thunder. We carry fingerprints of you on every tender place. Silence is a drumbeat that remembers your thunder. We are the cartographers of absence and grace. In the quiet we collect the pieces you left. In the dark we read the letters of your name. Carry me forward on the hush of your name. Carry me forward when the world calls me change. But the cold and the questions that never leave. Carry me forward, carry me, carry me. We carry the weight like a promise and a scar. We carry you forward wherever we are.
Yeah, I think this is the one that you originally.
I feel crying, living and dying. It's
Isn't that the
all
one?
we got. It's all we got. So hold on. I think they'll play another song. Please hold on. I think I'll write you one more song. I have this voice within my heart. I have this heart within on my head. On days like these it's hard to say exactly what they said. What they said. But I'll hold on. I think I'll find my path along. And I'll stay strong, because I know I'll have your song. I'll have your song.
There it is, Jim. Alright, let's see. These are ones that I want to see. That other song, there's a better version. This is one I just made a minute ago. Or prompted. I don't make any.
Clock in the hallway stopped on a Tuesday. Her fingers traced
This is
the
about a
rim
missing,
of a
child
cup
missing,
cold.
and a mother's
She
wondering.
keeps the room like a map of a moment. Photographs pinned to the same tired wall. The calendar pages hang frozen in March. Every sunrise a question she cannot solve. She whispers 1,000 small prayers to the dark. Names like lanterns that flicker and stay. Where are you now, my child, my life? Are you safe beneath the thunder sky? Where are you now, my child, my life?
Okay, there's that one. Let's do the next one. These are different versions of the same one. I already don't like that one. Next one. Let's see.
The clock in the hallway stopped on a Tuesday. Her fingers trace the rhythm of a Concord. She keeps the room like a map of the moment. Photographs pinned to the same tired wall. The calendar pages hang frozen in March. Every sunrise a question she cannot solve. She whispers 1,000 small prayers to the dark. Names like lanterns that flicker and stay. Where are you now, my child, my light? Are you safe beneath a kinder sky? Where are you now, my child, my light? I stay awake in a hollow of goodbye. Speak around a missing syllable. Parties feel loud like a room without doors. She walks through a life on a loop of maybes, holding her breath on countless unfinished floors. Hope paints long letters on the backs of the hands. Fear hums the tune of what she can't prove. Where are you now, my child, my light? Are you safe beneath a kinder sky? Where are you now, my child, my light? I stay awake in the hollow of goodbye. Maybe a building a world that's too bright to tell. Maybe your hands hold a name that would change today. Maybe the ocean took you where I...
Let's try this one.
Coat on a crooked hanger, closet door half closed, dust on the shoulders where our summer used to go. I dug through wool and winter, looking for a lost glove, found instead a folded paper with someone else's name above. Lipstick on the corner, a coffee stained receipt, the small things telling stories that you never meant me to read. It was a map of all the nights I missed the turning signs, a quiet kind of evidence that love had been declining. I held a little secret that unlocked while you were gone. For every empty silence, this paper wrote the song. If I'd looked in my pocket sooner, I might have found the truth. If I'd reached into the seams of us and pulled out half our youth. If I'd looked in my pocket sooner, I could have stopped your shoes from walking past our doorway into someone else's room. If I looked in my pocket sooner, I would've known the fight. If I looked in my pocket sooner, maybe you'd still be mine tonight. I drove down to your neighborhood with that receipt in hand, heart drumming like a warning in a card I couldn't stand. I saw you through the window, laughing on a little couch, his arm around your shoulder, like a thief who found his round. Your eyes met mine a second, then turned quickly to the glass. His smile told me something that my pocket couldn't pass. I raised the paper like a mirror, but reflection kept me low. The key was in that pocket, and the lock had long let go. If I'd looked in my pocket sooner, I might have found the truth. If I'd reached into the seams of us and pulled out half our youth. If I'd looked in my pocket sooner, I could have stopped your shoes from walking past our doorway into someone else's room. If I'd looked in my pocket sooner, I would have known the fight. If I looked in my pocket sooner, maybe you'd still be mine tonight. I kept the corners folded where your name was on the page, a monument, a small betrayal.
I think Lisa's is called Silent Fingers or something, right? Isn't that the one?
I'm learning how to carry
I don't know.
what I
can't remember the
swore
name of it.
I wouldn't lose. The lesson lived in pockets and the way the daylight moves. If I looked in my pocket sooner, I might have found the truth. If I'd reached into the seams of us and pulled out half our youth. If I'd looked in my pocket sooner, I could have stopped your shoe from walking past our doorway into someone else's room. If I looked in my pocket sooner, I would have known the fight. If I looked in my pocket sooner, maybe you'd still be mine tonight. Coat back on the hanger, closet door closing slow. I keep a little silence where the folded paper goes.
I'm gonna get a different. I want to play. I want to do the same one, but different type of music. Yeah, that story I saw, that comment that was written up above about, you ever find something in your pocket that you know? So I thought, wouldn't it be cool if you were like, you found a note in your pocket that a girl that you love put in there, and it would have changed everything, but you never saw it. And then once you found it, you went back to try to get the girl, but that now she was with somebody else. So the whole story is like, check your pockets more often, you know? Something like that. That's what I wrote for the prompt. Isn't that it? Yeah, it was your comment. All right, yeah, what's the one right here? This is...
Nightlight on the screen in a California room. Coffee cools beside the map and the globe. Names and small confessions stacked like
I should have just said Lisa, not Lisa Valenzuela.
Lisa smiles and starts to probe. Lisa Valenzuela knows the corners
Nobody ever puts
where
last
the
names in
secrets hide. She reads the crumbs of stories left behind. true crime threads and whispered alibis. She finds the pattern in the lines. She keeps a ledger of lies and the loose ends.
She's been a mod for a long time,
Humor
KK.
like a flashlight when the dark descends. Loyal to the channel that taught her how to steer. She doesn't bend for noise or fear. Sound comes from their fingers, but no one's there to hear. Sound comes from their fingers, but no one's there to hear. Sound comes from their fingers, but no one's there to hear. She tells the best jokes while sorting evidence and dates. A steady voice that cuts through trolling space. When Gray Hughes investigates, needs a steady hand. Lisa stands guard over the land. She traces echoes back to empty rooms and names. Makes the hollow comments vanish like old flames. Doesn't suffer fools who throw their smoke and sneer. She brings the truth out clear. Sound comes from their fingers, but no one's there to hear. Sound comes from their fingers, but no one's there to hear. Sound comes from their fingers, but no one's there to hear. In the quiet after chaos, she hums a little tune. Maps out motives by the light of the moon. Trolls dissolve like footprints in the tide. Loyalty and laughter at her side. Fingers tap, shadows fade, the channel breathes again. Laughter is the proof that someone kept the end. Sound comes from their fingers, but no one's there to hear. Sound comes from their fingers, but no one's there to hear. Sound comes from their fingers, but no one's there to hear. California dawn, she closes the last file clear. Lisa locks the stories and wipes away the smear. Sound comes from their fingers, but no one's there to hear.
All right. Well, you should show up more, KK, or you'd know. Jeez. All right, here we go.
Coat on a crooked hanger, closet door half closed. Dust on the shoulders where summer used to go. I dug through rolling winter, looking for a lost glove.
Ah, forget it. Ugh. Man. Wonder what that would be if you just did something like genre. know if I did this one. Did I do that one already? I think so. Here comes the sun.
Laughing and crying, living and dying is all we got. It's all we got. So hold on. I think they'll play another song. Please hold on.
I think that's yours, Jim.
I think I'll write you one more song. I have this voice within my heart. I have this heart within on my head. On days like these it's hard to say exactly what they said. What they said. But I'll hold on. I think I'll find my path along. And I'll stay strong, because I know I'll have your song. I'll have your song.
I think that one took his lyrics and sort of put some. I don't know if those are. Well, those could have been just his. I remember I made one that didn't have that. Oh yeah, I made one. Somebody said make. Lisa said make a song about the. Is it this one? Your brain is compromised.
Your brain is compromised.
No, I think it might have been this one. No, I think it was this one.
Your brain is compromised. I point to open windows. You stare at
Yeah,
me.
I made one different version of it.
I say the sky is blue. You call the color strange. Reasons like breadcrumbs vanish on your tongue. You walk past every lesson, acting like it's none. I try to build a bridge, but you burn every plank. Words pile up like thunder, shrink into blame. The map is on the table, but you fold it away, while truth waits at the doorway, asking to stay. Your brain is compromised and filled with lies. You have been betrayed and learning delayed. Old stories keep you warm while the facts catch cold. Echoes feed the hunger for the tales that you've been told. Mirrors hand you masks and you put them on with pride. Compass needles wobble when you refuse to try. I reach through the fog in your brass lips like smoke. Honest words turn distant like a door with no spoke. The simplest signals fade in the static you play. I'm shouting to the silence that keeps you away. Your brain is compromised and filled with lies. You have been betrayed and learning delayed. Once we built a country out of common ground, now we're scattered pieces where no truth is found. If you couldn't learn the rumor and the sting, maybe life could teach the old wounds how to see. winter where the sun forgets the day. Slow like a confession that won't find its way. Your brain is compromised and filled with lies. You have been betrayed and learning delayed. I'll keep leaving answers in case you change your
This is Best in the West.
Lanterns low and the band plays light. Shoes whisper on the wooden floor. Marty, fill my dance card tonight. Chris smiled and offered something kind for more. She names the good in the room like a quiet benediction. Leaves a trail of warm words like sun through winter glass. She lifts the shy, she steadies the loud. Turns a stranger into a friend with one soft sound. Chris, you're so nice, so nice, so nice. You are the best in the West. You roll the dice and make it right. Love you too, Jim, Sandy too. Chris, you're like that breaks the boo. She tells us stories that stitch for cracks. Passes hope like coins along the tracks. If paying it forward sends your fortune on crier, does paying it backwards mean revenge is born? She gives without keeping score or claim. Calls our names and makes the world feel less the same. Chris, you're so nice, so nice, so nice. You are best in the West. You roll the dice and make it right. Love you too, Jim, Shandy too. Chris, you're like that breaks the boo. Don't cry for me, Argentina, but laugh like Eleni, Paraguay. She flips the script and finds a grace in every day. So generous, she carries hearts like lanterns on a string. She does it all, she makes the broken want to sing. Marty, fill my dance card tonight. Two-stepping through the small delight. Her voice a map that brings me home. Chris, you're so nice and nice, so nice. You are the best in the West. You roll the dice and make it right. Love you too, Jim, and you too. Chris, you're like that breaks the blue. Chris, you're so nice, you make the night sing. Chris, your warmth we carry through everything. Lanterns sway as the band Lanterns sway as the band fades low.
All right. Yeah, you guys should write full lyrics and send them over sometime. Yeah, I followed it. We covered it the other night, Timothy. It's kind of an obvious case. Crystal clear, no doubt. There's something new going on? Remember they did, I think they just had a preliminary hearing. We went over the whole thing. Although maybe there was more days of it. I don't know. Just we already went over the part where it was just kind of obvious. You're not actually following that like every day, like really into it, are you? I mean, that thing is. I mean, what's the point? It's just so, it's not even a mystery. It's ridiculous. I mean, we went over the documents. We went over the, a couple days of the preliminary hearing. Well, there was just, and they already decided that there was enough evidence, right, to go to trial. So is there anything new? Or? Man, we haven't had one super chat during the musical session. Man, it's a lot of. It's got just another lucky day because somebody whose name is Carl. No, we've had multiple people though. Haley has been there. We had a few, bunch of different challenge, and then a few super chats, etc. Alright, let's see. We're back on number 1. I gotta get like 1 during this musical part.
Parked my ride outside of Marty's Bar and Grill. Woke up to a tow truck and the sky gone still. She said her name was over.
I don't think there was
when
that
the
many good ones.
jukebox fell.
I've already got the ones that are good.
Left with a suitcase and a cigarette
I mean,
shell.
these are all the good ones. We played them all.
I lost my car at Marty's. Lost my girl, my pride. Lost my wallet. Lost my phone. Nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool.
Yeah, well, they weren't as good as these. That's why I don't
And
have
my luck ran out like a bell. Lost more than I wanted.
them. We just played the ones from last
But
night.
I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Tried to catch a memory at the corner of the bar. Missed every crooked shot, left my heart on the felt scar. Friends were half smiling, the night felt thin as
Well, I'm telling you the truth. I know it's, you know, I know the song.
stumbled into
I'm
trouble
the one that made it.
with a head full of lead. I lost my car at Marty's, lost my girl, my pride, lost my wallet, lost my phone, nothing left on my side. Lost every game of pool, and my luck rang like
I mean, all the ones that I played last night are already in a folder with names on them. Here, look, I'll show you on the screen.
But I found Jesus in that Wisconsin
Tell you what.
jail cell.
All these right here, there's a whole bunch of them. But I numbered the good ones up here.
Cold metal bench held more answers.
There's like 20 of them that are in the folder.
Prayed with a laugh and a cigarette smell. Redemption came quiet in a county hotel. I lost my car at Marty's,
That's so good right there.
lost my girl and my pride,
I know, but who cares about the text, though, Timothy?
lost my
It's obvious.
lost my phone, nothing left on my side, lost it.
What are the lyrics? What do you mean? Okay, I only had some lyrics. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? You only had some lyrics.
Every game of pool, and my love tolls like a
Well,
bell.
type them in. What are the lyrics?
Lost more than I wanted, but I found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell. Parked my old mistakes by Marty's neon
Okay, but I thought you said you had the lyrics.
Lost a lot on the way, but
I don't know.
found something to tell. Lost every game of pool, but I found grace where sinners dwell. Lost my way in the cold and found Jesus in that Wisconsin jail cell.
In the hut. Oh, Smallville, yeah. Now let's see if I have the. Where is that one? There's tiny bells like this one.
Tiny bells wake the night, moonlight stitches a seam.
Yeah, I like the wise to find time. I wrote that one.
I collected names like seashells in jars, a poet's soft promises, a thief with bright scars, morning pictures of strangers. I learned how to love, city lights fading where none of them held. Every echo rehearsed a different song. I counted footsteps that never belonged. Then you arrived like black and steel rain.
Let me try to find. I'm gonna try to find the ones you're talking about. What scary times sound like?
The night asks us to fall. We'll learn to be brave in the
I don't know. I mean, they're all in this folder, but I just don't know what. Yeah, I remember that one. Wise to find the time to know. Yeah, I like that one. I just don't remember what I called it. There you go. I might skip around.
Start falling apart. Carry me forward, carry me in your heart. You can laugh again, you can walk in the light.
Turning forward, compromise. We just did that one. Eyes below ears. That's the second version. We're not going to do that one. Lock. So moving forward.
The room still holds the echo of your morning breath.
And, never learn. Oh, I think this might be it. Never learn. No, wait, that's the one. I never learned. That's the other song.
The streets still smell, never learned like sin.
That's the other version of that other one. Paper Hearts. Promised Land, maybe? Let's see.
The light from your hand.
No. Rabbit Hole.
Greenhorn born.
Yeah, that one. Alright, how about this one?
Map of the sky with tired eyes. Fingers searching for something to hold. We build a lighthouse.
I think I found it over here. This might be it.
Night breeze on the windowsill. I count the stars like faces I can't touch.
Is this it? I think this is it.
Morning folds its map across the room. I trace the places where your laughter used to be.
I think I came up with the chorus.
Coffee cools beside the photos on the shelf. I wonder which road took the best of you from me. Shadows keep the questions that I can't unlearn. Echoes hold the stories I still hate to earn. I find it wise to find the time to know
It's called,
and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow.
it's called Wise to Glow.
Letters in the corner smell like distant rain. Names in my pocket are maps I never read. I talk to empty chairs and wait for answers back. Wishing on the corners of a life I can't retrieve. If memory's a river, I keep diving in to catch the little truths you left inside my skin. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love.
Hey, Timothy, hey, if you find, if there's something really earth-shattering in that case, send it over, okay?
Maybe they're
I don't mean to-
all the quiet.
I don't mean to make you think like, oh yeah, I mean, it was interesting, the part that but it's so clear that he did it. Hey, thanks, Haley, for the 1,000 jewels.
That I fear. Maybe they're humming in the songs I still hear. I close my eyes and reach through the distance and the years to hold a piece of all the people I held dear. Softly I call their names into the night, fingers on the map, trying to bring them into light. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. I find it wise to find the time to know and to feel their love and to glow. Night breeze on the windowsill, I leave the light on, hoping somewhere someone feels the same. It keeps me on.
All right. That was pretty. That was a good one. I'm gonna move that one up into the standing. What do you guys think of that one? It's pretty cool, right? It's just sort of a, you know, it's not. Sometimes you can just tell, right? Right when you hear a song, like it's gonna be bad or not. You know, when it gets too weird right out of the chute.
Midnight pours like coffee on the window pane. Straight light writes your name in rain. I found a button in the coat you left behind. A coffee ring, a ticket stub, a map I used to find. Footprints fade like promises along the yard. I count the ways you vanished and I keep finding more. Every door I open yields another silent room. Every clock I listen.
I'm just testing out these other songs. So let me try this other one because they're rendering them out here.
Midnight pours like coffee on the window pane. Streetlight writes your name in rain. I found a button in the coat you left behind. A coffee ring, a ticket stub, a map I used to find. Footprints fade like promises along the shore. I count the ways you vanish and I keep finding more. Every door I open yields another silent room. Every clock I listen to is folding up the moon. I'm chasing every clue, I'm chasing every sign. I trace the edges of your voice, replay the night as you're mine. Long years in a single night, I can't escape the blue. I keep calling out your name, but all I find are.
Alright, here's the next one.
Midnight pours like coffee on the window pane. Streetlight writes your name in rain. I found a button in the coat you left behind. A coffee ring,
More like folk
ticket
music on
stub,
that one.
a map I used to find. Footprints fade like promises along the shore. I count the ways you vanished and I keep finding more. Every door I open yields another silent room. Every clock I listen to is folding up the moon. I'm chasing every clue.
Let me see what this one sounds like. There was another one in that folder from yesterday. Your name stays. Not sure what that is.
They can turn the page and close the door, let the headlines slowly disappear, but we still see you in every place, and we still feel you standing near. In the photographs along the hall, and the songs you used to always sing. Time may change the world
Is that because you took KK to the lake, Jim?
around us, but it cannot change a single thing. They may forget the way you smile, they may forget when years go by, but as long as we are breathing, your story will survive. Your name stays here, your light stays on. You'll still be loved when the whole world has moved on. Through every year, through every tear, we promise you will never disappear.
Okay, that was pretty good. That's in that folder. Trying to get like one song a night that you could throw in there.
The clock in the hallway stopped on a Tuesday. Her fingers trace the rhythm of a cock-on chord. She keeps the room like a map of a moment. Photographs pinned to the same tired wall. The calendar pages hang frozen in March. Every sunrise a question she cannot solve. She whispers 1,000 small prayers to the dark. Names like lanterns that flicker and stay. Where are you now, my child, my light? Are you safe beneath a kinder sky? Where are you now, my child, my light?
Okay, I already played that one. Let me go back over here. Oh, it's generating, still generating. Well, one just finished.
Midnight pours like coffee on the window pane. The streetlight spells your name in rain. I found the button from the coat you left behind. A coffee ring, a ticket stub, a map of where I tried. Footprints fade and write the promises along the shore. I count the ways you vanished and I find one more. Every door I open holds another silent room. Every clock I listen to folds down the thin bright moon. I'm chasing every clue, I'm chasing every sign. I trace the edges of your voice, replay the nights you're mine. Long years collapse to one long night. I can't outrun the blue. I keep calling out your name, but all I find are truths that you are gone, and I'm still chasing you.
sun again. I'm just gonna skip it till later.
I find our truth.
Yeah, it sounds about the same. Oh well. It has too long of like chorus about like 6 paragraphs. It's like, well, yeah, you can't write a novel in the chorus, you know. It's supposed to be kind of. Yeah. So, anyways, I think that's gonna do it for me tonight. Thanks to Wild Bill Wassman, Alley Cake, Wild Bill Wassman, 6 Kids UK, Wild Bill Wassman, KMTX, 43 months of pure hell, I'm sure. And then we had Haley gifted 5 memberships, and Haley, then Wild Bill Wassman, Haley, Alley Cake, Jim Lon, Haley, Michelle, 6 Kids UK, and then Carl with a C gifted 5. Then we had Tracy Von Brott, and then Carl with a C did a quadruple cat eye right there. And then Devin Cruz, Haley, and Haley with some 1,000 jewels at the end of the show there. And then we also had Timothy Cecil on the. He did a coffee. And then also Lisa and Marty. Yeah, for me it's like the top 2 songs so far are Lost at Marty and that other one. I don't know, there's so many good ones, but I Never Learned is my right there, you know. I feel like playing that one again as I exit. I like just listening to it. One last time, you know, listen to the words.
The street still smells like rain and rust. Your jacket on the chair, your name and dust. I traced the hour where the light fell thin, and the man with empty eyes took the shape of
It's weird how some songs sound so perfect.
my nights fold under the weight of the white. I wake with your breath and the echo of lies. There's a knot in my throat I can't untie. I never learned to let you go. 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 The neighbors say the sirens left too soon. They whisper of a price beneath the cold moon. I keep your pictures in the drawer like sin, folded pages of the love that should have been. Days move around me like a room without doors. Every smile is glass that shatters on the floor. How do I breathe when my heart keeps score? I never learned to let you go. 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 I pray sometimes and my hands feel thin. I ask the sky why evil took him. If mercy is a river, why does it run dry? I stand here asking God if he hears my cry. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I keep your name like a stone in my mouth. I never learned to let you go. 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 Maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wound that's mine. Till then I walk with the shadow you left on my soul, praying to God to teach my hands to hold.
That's it. You know what's weird is like that song and about 4 of the other ones almost seem like it's impossible that AI could do something like that. You know what I mean? Like they're just so, like, I don't know. You know, the other ones you go, okay, you're getting kind of cluttered and shit's going on, and you know, you hear it, like, that's what I'm saying, it's like 1 out of every 15 songs is really like one that you go, wow, you know. But it's weird when it gets it right, it's just so, it just nails it, you know. Strange, isn't it? But I don't know, that song to me is just, I mean, those last words in it are just so amazing. Right at the end there. Here, let me see if I can find the actual, where is that? How far down is that? I think it says, because that song was, let's see, oh, there it is, I never learned. So the last lyrics are, maybe I'll learn to carry you softer with time. Maybe faith will stitch the wounds that's mine, you know, my wound. Till then, I walk with the shadow you left on my soul, praying for God to teach my hands to hold. Yeah, it's crazy. You know, it's weird. It's so weird sometimes. Like the ones that are really good, it's incredible that it was just, you know, you give it some prompts and it came up with something like that. I mean, here's what it says on this song. I said, write a sad song with a female lead with harmony from a male singer. Make it a song about losing a loved one to an evildoer and dealing with the pain that lasts a lifetime. You also wonder how to get out of the feeling trapped and unable to move on and enjoy life. You know, think about turning to God to get out of the nightmare. Come up with a great chorus with the varying levels using harmony. I mean, I think it just absolutely freaking nailed that one. I mean, every single thing, it had all those levels, you know, where it goes up high. And then the prompt, it sort of automatically, I picked the one, it said female, male, female and male. And then it's sad, folk, melancholic, piano, finger-picked acoustic guitar, 70 beats per minute, layered vocal harmonies, reverb, soaked atmosphere, slow tempo, intimate production, delicate legato strings, pop. Isn't that wild? Anyways, thanks everybody. Get no responses. We'll see you next time. Thank you, freaks. I appreciate you being here. Love all of you. Have a good evening.